Hola, Yuppie, everybody! Oh god. Hello! Oh dear, a bit like few minutes earlier. Hello! So how's everyone doing? I'm seeing the chat is actually working this time. I'm very glad. I did the test stream beforehand just to see if it works. Hi! Guys? Alright, guys. We got more Umineko today. This will be my last stream before the spoopy day. So before Halloween ends. So it's a good time for more murder. If we get murder today, that is. Alright. Alright. So let's get to it right away. I am so freaking excited. Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, that's great, Beatrice. I forgot I had to go to the loading settings. Yes. Yeah, thank you, Shannon. I went to the start chapter instead of load screen. Wow, I'm a big clown. Okay, system. The game is running a bit slower today, huh? Okay. There we go. I think we were here last time. Don't break the glass on me, Beatrice. Come on. Okay, so just to catch up to everybody who wasn't here last week, or maybe they were, or something. Last episode, or more like last stream, Beatrice has showed up in person, or more like in chess piece, whatever. And now Batter is like, I'm still waiting for my turn. And God knows how long Beatrice's turn is gonna be. Also, Rosa is mad that Maria has been talking to Beatrice and is like, no, you will not go anywhere without me now. And, alright. Scolded is a little bit light to put it, isn't it? Ever since they'd met Maria at the airport, she'd been romping around, chatting about Halloween the whole time. But maybe she'd cut loose a little too much. Acting a little too boisterous on the plane, on the boat, and during lunch. Because Rosa had cautioned her several times. At times like that, Aunt Rosa tended not to scold her much in front of people. More often, she would take Maria aside and scold her alone. So, since Maria had been called off somewhere, they figured she must be getting scolded. Scolded is so light to put it. Girl is getting beaten up unfairly and getting her candy stomped on. When they looked at the clock, they realized it was almost 6. Of course, they couldn't imagine she'd been getting scolded all this time. Maybe she did. Maybe it was time for some anime she watched every week to start. She probably hadn't left the mansion's parlor. What anime that start every week? You know, like Higurashi Thursday?
マリアちゃんにとってバトラ君は新しい友達のような感じだったろうからね。そのバトラ君と飛行場でハロウィンごっこをするのがきっととても楽しかったんだよ。
I wonder what playing Halloween counts for.
バトラも随分はしゃいでたな。あいつ図体はでかくなったってのに中身は昔から全然変わらねえぜ。
Sure, he was trying to get the witch tech so that he can actually have a chance against Beatrice in chess.
そうですね。バトラ様は6年前のままでいてくださった気がします。
シャノンは6年前のバトラ君のこと覚えてるんだ。
ええ、何しろ大層お元気な方でしたから。
僕も6年前に4人で遊んだことを思い出すよ。
6 years ago.
シャノンはだいぶお姉さん風だったね。
Hi, Kumanaru. I'm glad the chat is working this time for you as well.
そうだな。
Yes, you can. I did a test stream like an hour earlier and tested the chat. I reverted all settings, so now everybody should be able to chat. I even have followers mode off.
それはあの頃は身の程をわきまえておりませんでしたもので。
Your place is in everybody's hearts, Sharon.
失礼いたしました。
いいよ、そんな礼儀云々は。仕事中はともかく、こうして休み時間に過ごす時の僕
Perfect
らは
time to enjoy some Umineko while you eat your lunch.
仲良しで居続けたいね。
Well then, I hope while you're eating lunch, I won't get to the tomato parts. If they are violent in this chapter, let's see.
使用人のシャノンとオフの時の作用は使い分けていいだろう。奴隷じゃないんだぜ。使用人の仕事をしてるだけじゃないかよ。
Yes, and she should be paid more.
私はシャノンとは、サヨとは一番古い友人だと思ってるぜ。
Aw, that's cute.
ありがとうございます。お嬢様。
They do act like old friends. Stop! My cat was on the mic. It seemed that Shannon understood the hidden meaning behind Jessica's words. After all, she'd heard a bit about Jessica and Kanon's history from both of them. Juice red tomatoes. Bolognese. Can you speak something in Portuguese? I'm Brazilian. Claro que posso. Bem-vindo ao chat. Bem-vindo ao stream. Actually, I should have asked if I should speak in Portuguese from Brazil or Portuguese from Portugal, because I can do both. Apparently, George had heard something of that history too. He walked towards the window and looked up at the darkening, rainy sky.
カノン君はまだ幼いのに考え方が少し背伸びしてるところがあると思うんです。
Yes, Kanon is very edgy and a little bit childish.
もうよしてくれよ。まあ私も雰囲気に流されてたところはあったと思うしさ。
Kanon has the drip. Sure. I prefer the Brazilian accent. Yeah, a lot of people do.
まあシャノンたちのことを見てちょっと羨ましいとか思って気がせいていたところもあったかもしれねえな。
Oh.
私のことなんかどうでもいいだろ。
I really like Jessica's little
それ
fangs.
よりジョージ兄さんたちの方はどういう感じなんだよ。だいぶいい感じなんだろう。
No! I accidentally hit the key too fast.
とてもいい感じだよ。
I'm sorry, Shannon. Shannon was lost for words, her face red, while George answered brightly and immediately. That carefree attitude made it easy to see that their relationship was proceeding so perfectly, it'd make anyone envious. Yes, thank you for your input, Jessica.
ことはシャノンもそのうち寿退社ってわけなんだ。
どうなんでしょう。
Maybe?
私には
どうなんだろうね。僕にもわからないね。
George laughed teasingly as though pressing Shannon for an answer. It was probably the same way they usually flirted when they were alone. Jessica could only smile bitterly and say yes, thank you, that's enough. Chega!
僕には夢がある。それは一国一城の主になりたいというビジネス的な野望だけじゃない。
Poor Jessica, she's the third wheel in the room. She is indeed.
生涯を共にできる伴侶と幸せな家族を築きたいという夢もある。子供は最低でも2人欲しいとか。
Two.
家族で
Alright.
一緒にできるスポーツをしたいねとか。他にもいろいろ。
You can also do Wii sports as a whole family. It's fun.
そんな話をよくシャノンとはするよ。こんなことを話すといつもシャノンには気が早いですねと笑われるんだけど。
You kinda are. Slow down, George.
僕はこの年のうちからもうなぜか 落ち着いた老後のことを考えてしまうんだよ。元気に成長した子供たちと駆け回る孫たちと、そういうものに囲まれていつまでもシャノンと二人ゆっくりと余生を送れたらなって。
That sounds cute, George. What I think about doing in my future is becoming immortal.
そりゃ確かに気の早い話だぜ。でもなんていうのか、そのジョージ兄さんらしい話だな。
そんな家族に囲まれたらさぞ素敵でしょうね。私が思い描いていた理想の家族もそんな感じだったと思います。
Long live you be the necromancer. I don't want to be a necromancer though. I want to be just immortal like a vampire or like, I don't know, a ghost. To Shannon, who'd been raised in an orphanage, that harmonious image of a family was probably something to be yearned for. And George, who had an absolute promise to grant that wish for her, may truly have been a fitting person for her to spend her life with. To Jessica, Shannon was a precious friend. George was surely the most fit to entrust that friend's future to.
まあ水を差すわけじゃねえけど、秀吉おじさんはともかくエヴァおばさんとかどうなわけ？
I don't want to throw cold water on you guys. Rips open the curtain, opens window, lets the rain come in.
説得は大変じゃないの？
Yes, it will. Eva is a little bit mean.
そんなことは誰も気にする必要はないよ。僕が誰を伴侶に選ぶかは誰にもはばかられない。
That is correct, but please don't let Eva bully her.
僕が幸せにする。
Let's murder Aunt Eva. I don't want to murder her, but maybe bully her a little back.
それに誰の許可が？
ジョージ兄さんかっこいいぜ。
Yes.
よくそんな恥ずかしいセリフを堂々と。昔の兄さんはそういうキャラじゃなかったと思ったんだけどな。
男子3日合わざれば刮目して待つべしさ。
What's that supposed to mean?
僕だって成長する。シャノンを幸せにするために僕はもっともっと勉強してふさわしい男に成長するつもりだよ。
That's cute. Maybe even George realized how embarrassing the words coming out of his mouth were. His face turned very slightly red and he scratched his head, not his cheek.
ジョージさん。
大丈夫。母さんは確かにごねるかもしれないけど、僕に任せておけばいい。親族全員に君が僕の伴侶だと認めさせてみせる。
What's your top 3 characters so far? So number 1 uncontested so far is Beatrice. Obviously, I started reading Umineko for her. If there's anything besides Beatrice, I'll be surprised. It's pretty much accurate, yes. Mine are Goda, Rosa, and Kinzo. Joking. Okay, no, but for real, my top 3 characters so far are number 1 Beatrice, like top spot gold Beatrice. Then I really like Shannon and I really like Maria. Then someone might knock down the other 2 from the list, which would be Natsuhi. I really like Natsuhi. She's kind of an over-controlling mom and like for Jessica, but I otherwise really like her. She puts up with a lot of shit. She's like kicked down by literally everybody in the family, except maybe Kraus or at least not as much. And yet she remains regal and stuff like that. Like, man, the patience on this woman. Also, I was really impressed by her in chapter 1, how she just took the reins and did her very best to keep the situation under control. TLDR, I think Natsuhi is a strong contester for top 3 at the moment, even though she has flaws, but I'm not against the characters who are complex, right? Like, take Higurashi for instance, my top 3 characters would be Rena, Shion, and Satoko. And, okay, at least Satoko removing the Sotsu part. But I just really appreciate complexity in characters. Like, no pure good, no pure bad. Just make characters who are real.
いいな。シャノンが羨ましいぜ、まったく。
Why no Mion love? I love Mion. Like, in Higurashi, I love literally everybody except for Teppei and Rina. Like, I don't dislike Tatari Akashi Teppei, but I don't like him. But otherwise, I pretty much love everybody in Higurashi. They're just all fantastic characters. It's just my top three. My top three are just those three girls. Teppei is pretty cute in Higu Sotsu though. Yeah, I agree. I like Tatari Akashi Teppei. Like, I have conflicting feelings, sure, but I overall like Teppei in Sotsu. He just becomes a man wife. Like a house cleaner, housemaid. It's kind of ironic how Teppei is the only good character they made in okay, the only good character is a bit of an exaggeration, but it feels like they put more effort in Teppei than anyone else. Seriously, I like Satsuko even more after Sotsu. I like Satoko after seeing Go, but Sotsu kind of dropped the ball a little bit. So, like, I actually like Tatari Akashi even with the recaps, because of the insight we had with Satoko and Teppei, and the whole split episode was really great. It was one of my favorites. But the ending... they dropped the ball on the ending, sadly. The club members were pretty underdeveloped in Go Sotsu, especially Shion. Do not even get me started on Shion. Like, I am salty to this day what they did to my girl. My baby girl deserved better. Like, Shion and Rena are constantly fighting for spot 1 for Higurashi favorite character. I'm still really pissed what they did to Shion in Sotsu and Go. Like, this is a topic for another day. Maybe. But I cannot believe they didn't use her for the story. Like, seriously, her and Satoshi could have been perfect plot points for the whole conflict resolution. Okay, sorry. Continuing with Umineko now though. As Jessica rose with a forced smile from the bed she'd been sitting on, the phone rang. Before Jessica picked up the receiver, wondering what this could be about, Shannon looked at the clock and jumped. Apparently she'd spent too much time on her break. Oh no! At the same time Jessica picked up the phone, Shannon began dashing out of the room.
Shannon, またいつもの時間にいつもの場所で。
Go, 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 go! Don't get scolded by butt-chin man.
源氏さん。はい。シャノンは今そっちに戻ってますよ。私たちが引き止めちゃったんです。叱らないでやってください。はい。
そっか。もうじき夕飯の準備の時間なんだね。
Many plates were lined up on the counter in the kitchen. Preparations for dinner were proceeding steadily. The number of plates lined up there was 19. Wait. How many people were there in the last episode? I don't remember if we were debating if there was an 18th person or a 19th person. I don't remember. Anyway. That was one more than should have been set up for the annual family conference. Okay. Yes, Gora, the best character. The chin, the butt chin. Because your chin is too powerful. Gora-san flared up at Genji, paying no heed to the pot that was spitting steam. I was this close to saying an insult in Portuguese. The master enjoyed eating alone in his study, so his food needed to be served in that room. However, that was something that always happened. Of course, Goda-san would want to set the table for the master with his own hands, since he'd put his heart and soul into his cooking. Say it. What? Like what? Say the Portuguese insult? I don't even remember if this is an actual insult. I was just going to say, instead of cara de pau, I was gonna say cara de cu. Because Goda's shin is just a butt shin. But the master had imposed a strict rule that none but the servants bearing the golden eagle crest enter his study. Well, sucks for you, Goda. Cara de cu. So while Goda-san would be able to greet the master from outside the study... Oops. Lao. So while Goda-san would be able to meet the master from outside the study, not once had he been granted the honor of carrying his cooking inside. Well, sucks for you! Goda-san was always irritated by this. Of course, he was a newcomer in terms of years of service. However, he had piled up plenty of experience from his previous jobs, and he was quite confident that he'd be able to perform in front of Kinzo in a manner that would do him no disservice. And yet, simply because he was not permitted to wear the golden eagle, he still hasn't been blessed with this honor. Can you imagine what damage that would do to his pride? You might think tonight was a repeat of that, but it wasn't. Because tonight there was a person other than the master who wanted their food carried to their room. Apparently this person is an extremely rare and honored guest, and we've been given strict orders to treat him in the same manner as the master the family had. Oh no, he's right. Tengu-wahi, yes. There are no Tengus today, I'm sorry. Protect Goda's innocent pride. You just want to serve hotel food? I think I accidentally skipped it. Yeah, okay, no, I didn't. Goda-san must have wanted to earn some points by serving this honored guest with his own hands. Ah! After all, he was an extremely vain person. If he wasn't qualified to serve the master, then at least a guest of the same rank. He simply couldn't find time during lunch, so Kanon-san had gone in his place. Actually, since I was asked what my top 3 Umineko characters are so far, chat, who are your top 3 favorite characters in Umineko? Might as well also write me the top 3 of Higurashi because I'm actually curious. So he truly desired to personally serve this person tonight's meal, the best dinner of the year. But Genji-san had put a stop to that. Something about how Goda-san didn't wear the golden eagle. Something, golden eagle, something. After being told once more that he wasn't qualified, Goda-san lost his patience. Beatrice, Redacted, and Batora. I'm curious who that Redacted is. I'll find out with time. Ah, so hard trending. Goda-san, just Kumasawa looking from the background like, well, shit. Whoa. I cannot do anything more than watch like this from the shadows.
Kumasawa-san, 油を売っている暇があったら食堂の準備をしてきてください。
Don't you snap at Kumasawa. I will fight you.
テーブルクロスは大丈夫ですか?
I will fight you. Don't you fight my old woman.
これは失礼を。
I will not tolerate any Kumasawa roasting in his house. The way she just left, like, doesn't even care. When it became her turn to bear his wrath, Kumasawa slid out into the... Oh, slick, ma'am! I love her.
親方様と全く同格のお方です。ルールも親方様のそれと同じものを尊ばなくてはならない。ゴーダは自分の仕事に専念し、親族の皆さんのお相手をするよう。
そのようなお客様相手に、源氏さんならともかくこんな子供を生かせていいのですか?
Whom's Kanon?
もし何かの粗相があったら失礼に当たります。
I mean...
確かに彼らの年季は長いですが、しかるべきところで修行をしたことがあるわけじゃない。
I mean, Goda, do you want to kiss Beatrice's shoes? I mean, I understand.
正直に申し上げて、お客様に接する基礎ができていないのです。
Goda spoke bluntly, even though Shannon was standing right there in the kitchen. You are roasting Shannon in this house? You are Kanojikumi as well. Shannon was the one whom Genji had ordered carry dinner to Beatrice's room. By the ranking system among the servants permitted to wear the golden eagle, Shannon certainly was the second highest in rank. If the highest ranked Genji went to set the table in Kinzo's room, then it fell to Shannon to set the table in Beatrice's room. Goda's pride was always horribly injured by this ranking system. Break the system, man! At times like this, he'd speak out bluntly and rudely against Shannon and Kanon. Just like barge into Beatrice's room and was like, today I will serve you the dinner. Also, man, may I kiss your shoes? Goda kept raising examples of each of Shannon's failures until now, making a ruckus about how she couldn't do this or was terrible at that. Shannon, who listened to this with her head hung her in shame, heard Kanon's voice from behind her. Kanon had been leaning against the wall like some fucking edgelord against the wall in the hallway near the kitchen entrance, a blind spot from the inside, and had been listening to all of this. Comes in like with like, Goda, you wanna fight? He probably knew that if you entered the kitchen, sparks would start to fly his way. Or more like knives. I've got to say it. I gotta punch him.
でも接待の基礎の勉強になるし
Beatrice strikes me as the type to have shoes specifically for people to kiss. Yeah, that sounds like her. She is a perfect woman. Kanon is obviously a ninja of the Uchiha clan. I agree. When is his Sharingan reveal? When is he gonna do a Chidori?
とても参考に
姉さんは優しいね
Yes, she is. She's an angel.
貴賓室のお客様がベアトリーチェ様だというのは本当なの？
うん。昼食の配膳に行かされた時にあった。間違いなくあいつだったよ。
そう。お元気そうだった？
Karuna's like, she's doing well and I'm not liking this. Beatrice is actually touchy. Oh my god. Beatrice comes in and tells Kanon, I killed your whole family. Kanon remembered that he and Shannon had different impressions of Beatrice. The Shannon Beatrice was a cupid of love who had granted her magic to establish a relationship with George. Judging by the expression that rose to her face, it looked like she couldn't wait to inform Beatrice of how her relationship with George had progressed. However, Kanon already knew. That witch came here with a terrifying goal in mind. The nebulous witch that only been able to see in the past had now revived so fully that she could walk in openly through the front door. And even have dinner carried to her. Kicks down door. Mom, holy fuck! Beatrice is real! Once when she'd vanished from in front of Kanon, the witch said something about how her own power was still weak. So if that witch was now appearing so openly, did it mean she'd finally regained her former power? And she said something else too. She definitely said that she'd sown the seeds of love, while fully aware that they would fail. She has certainly sown the seeds of admiration in my heart. And she said even more. She definitely said that the day had finally come upon which the door to the Golden Land would be opened. Please invite me to the Golden Land.
シャノン。あいつは親方様と何かの怪しげな儀式をし。
I will personally fist fight Battler to go into the Golden Land. You don't deserve the invitation. I'm going in. I'll take the invitation for Battler.
それには誰も抗えない。
I want Beatrice to step on me. I don't want her to step on me. I want her to give me tea. But I support you. I support you. That's an understandable desire.
あいつはやってきたんだ。親方様が求めた黄金鏡の扉を開き、すべてを黄金鏡に戻すために。あいつは僕に確かにそう言った。
In this chat, we are all followers of Beatrice. Correct. We are all followers of Beatrice. We love her. We appreciate her. This is a Beatrice love zone. In the past, the two of them, as furniture working for Kinzo, had been told what opening of the door to the Golden Land meant. So Shannon understood everything without having to ask a single question. and because of that, she felt a deep despair. Something tore at Kanon's heart as he looked at that expression twisted with grief.
そんな、どうして今になって。
だから
Look at this expression! He's so done.
僕らは家具だって。人間の真似事なんかして恋なんかするから。僕たちの役目の終わるこの日を素直に受け入れられない。
I mean, Kanon, come on. Not even furniture wants to die.
いつかこの日が訪れることを。でもいつまで経っても訪れなくて。私たちはいつまで家具として苦しめばいいのかわからなくて。だから私安息の日なんて永遠に訪れないんだって。
Shannon wanted to die? I'm immediately sad now. Oh, the game freeze? Oh no! Don't crash on me, please! Oh no! I think the game is crashing! Please don't crash! Oh my god! Kanon, please don't kill my game. I know you will. Let me save just in case. Ah, jeez, the game is running a bit slowly today. Maybe I'll restart just in case. Or is it because of something else that it's lagging? Give me a second. Is Steam like downloading something right now? We haven't given her enough respect. Yeah, maybe that's the reason. Ah, I see. I think it's Steam that's lagging and not the game itself. Yeah, looks like it. Oh, I think I know why. And there we go. Yeah, even though I paused an update, Steam was trying to update Guilty Gear Strive and it was like killing my CPU, I guess. Okay, let's go. It's still kind of slow though. Okay. Okay, now it seems to be running kinda okay. Alright. Let's continue. If it keeps like lagging, I'll just restart.
でも必ずいつか訪れるって僕は信じてた。だから僕は家具としての自覚を忘れなかったんだ。なのに姉さんは忘れた。
私が悪いのね。
Don't yell at Shannon! It's too late!
ああ、姉さんが悪い。
Steam needs to pay more respect to Beatrice if it knows what's good for it.
姉さんさえ恋を覚えなかったら、僕たちはようやく訪れた今日を喜び合うはずだった。姉さんがくだらない未練を作ってしまったんだ。必ず去らなければならない世界なのに。
儀式は今夜始まるの。
あとあいつは僕に言った。今夜ジョージ様は姉さんに婚約指輪を贈るだろうって。
That was a fact. George supposedly had an engagement ring hidden in his pocket today, and surely he would hand it over tonight. Oh no, are we repeating that scene from chapter 1?
姉さんとジョージ様を第二の番の生贄に使うつもりで二人の仲をくっつけたんだ。わかる？姉さんはあいつにそそのかされた上、利用されたんだよ。
そうだったの。
Pobre Mobilias.
考えたこともなかったわ。
でもあいつは言ったよ。もし今夜その婚約指輪を受け取らなかったなら、姉さんを生贄に選ばないと約束した。僕たちが揃って黄金鏡へ行ける確率はとても低いと思う。13人が生贄になる。生き残るのは5人だけ。
Only 5?
その中に僕たち2人が入れる確率は本当に低い。でも姉さんだけでもその約束が得られるなら確率はもっと上がる。僕はかけたいんだ。黄金鏡には救いがある。 僕たちはそこへたどり着き、人間を手に入れるんだ。そして姉さんと二人で人間としての人生を歩みたいんだよ。そうする
Also, you do want to be human.
本当の恋だってできるかもしれない。
かつての私たちは黄金鏡へ行けることを夢見てたね。そこへ行けばどんな願いでも叶う私たちをこの苦しみから救ってくれる、そう信じてた。
However, in the ceremony, only a few people would be invited to the Golden Land, chosen by fate and chance. Everyone else would lose their life as a sacrifice midway through the ceremony. However, in the past, Shannon and Kanon had thought that whether they reached the Golden Land or were sacrificed, they would still be released from their duties as furniture. That meant the ceremony would definitely bring release to furniture like them, no matter what happened.
僕は嫌だ。これまでの辛かった分を姉さんと取り戻したい。生贄なんてごめんだ。僕と姉さんは生き残る。そして二人で黄金鏡へたどり着く。だから姉さんを第二の番の生贄になんかさせない。
Oh my god, is he gonna like fight George and be like, don't you dare!
あの男の指輪を受け取らないで。それを受け取らなければあいつは姉さんを生贄には選ばないと約束してくれた。
それはできないよ。今夜の指輪はとても特別なもの。それを受け取らないことは私の心が許さない。
姉さん、儀式の生贄は魔女が気まぐれに決めることになってる。
Well,
その魔女が姉さんだけは見逃すと約束してくれたんだよ。姉さんだけは絶対に黄金鏡へ行けるんだ。
私だけ？カノン君は？
僕は魔女の
furnitures.
あいつの魔女なんかかいくぐってやる。僕は無力じゃない。わずかの確率を無理やり掴み取ってやる。僕たちのせいなんて所詮は仮初めじゃないか。本当の人生を始めるために僕たちは黄金鏡へたどり着こう。そして
Escucho o Kanon não morra, por favor.
人間を手に入れろ。そうしたらさ、僕も姉さんみたいに恋が知れるかな。もう家具だからって人を泣かせずに済むかな。
What's this? What's this? Kanon wants to date Jessica? It's okay, you can say you want to love Jessica.
僕はもう家具は嫌だ。絶対に人間になってやる。こんな苦しみから絶対に。
There were tears in Kanon's eyes. By now, Kanon had noticed. Shannon hadn't been the only one to know and suffer from the taste of love. He had too. The tears Jessica had shown him that day, and Jessica's pitiful face as she tried to smooth things over and stay bright ever since then, had slowly wrought some kind of change on Kanon's heart without him knowing it. Whoopsie daisies! What's this?
シャノン、
All of that being like, I'm furniture, so I cannot love you back, and now Q, he's loving her back.
さっきから呼んでいる。
Shannon jumped at the sudden sound of Genji's voice. Apparently, he had called for her repeatedly. Oh my god, can you imagine? Kanon and Shannon were like having this tense discussion, and Genji has been in the kitchen like, Shannon. Shannon? Shannon? Shannon, are you listening to me? She hurriedly answered. After like 5-10 minutes, when she turned back, Kanon had disappeared. Like, it seemed like he didn't feel like showing his tears to anybody.
はい、ぼんやりしていてすみません。
昼食はカノンに頼んだが、本来は私の次の序列のお前が運ぶべきものだ。
See, he's a ninja.
ベアトリーチェ様は当家の
He's a
最高の
Sasuke.
賓客だ。それ以上の賓客はいない。もう一人の親方様と思い、 丁重に頼む。
よろしいですか。くれぐれも粗相のないようにお願いしますよ。経験の未熟なあなたに託すのは非常に心苦しいですが、当家のルールとあっては仕方ありません。くれぐれも頼みますよ。
Koda had officially agreed, but he glared at Shannon with an expression that told her he definitely wouldn't forgive any mistakes. Koda is ready with like his fists up. Don't, please. Even Shannon felt that Koda might as well go himself if he was so desperate to go. But she considered this one of her responsibilities as one who had been allowed to wear the golden eagle and had to give up. And anyway, I wanted to meet Beatrice. What will I talk about? What will I ask? I don't know. Will this be a meeting of gratitude or one of grief? Or else, what? I don't know. Shannon piled the witch's food onto the serving cart and left the kitchen at a slow pace. The person knocking was Kraus.
お父さん、今日は年に一度の親族会議です。お父さんを一目見ようと兄弟が揃ったのではありませんか。
He's gonna be like, no!
黙れ。出ぬと言っている。源氏、そこにいるのであろう。なぜ私の指示した通りに食事をここへ運ばせんのか。
Kinzo screamed across the door. Genji was waiting behind Kraus.
お食事は書斎へ運べるよう準備しております。ただ、クラウス様が今夜はどうか下へ降りていただき。
Is Kanon actually a speedrunner? Who knows? I wish he would just say he's basically indirectly saying your food is here, but Kraus won't get the fuck out of my way.
お父さん、毎日とは言いません。せめて今夜だけでも家族で揃ってはくれませんか。
誰が家族か。貴様はいつから生き倒れを待つハゲタカたちを家族と呼ぶようになったのか。腐りて湧き出すウジ虫を家族と呼ぶようになったのか。
Shish.
やれやれ。
Kraus shrugged at this answer, which he had half expected.
言われた通りに食事をここへ運べ。なぜ言うことを聞かぬ。なぜ
Jesus, Kinzo. chill.
後を頼みます。もうあの人に私の声は届かんね。
But maybe your fists will. Kraus gave his head a small shake, then quickly turned his back on the door to the study. He had only come calling to save face in front of his siblings, knowing full well how useless this was. After Genji watched Kraus disappear down the stairs, he called again across the door.
親方様、お食事を運ぶ準備はできております。南條先生の分はいかがいたしますか。
Nanjo could be seen in the study. Because Kinzo had forcefully pestered him into finishing their long-lasting chess game, they had been playing against each other since the early evening. Nanjo had announced as a doctor that Kinzo's days were numbered, so he couldn't refuse if Kinzo demanded that they finish this game while he still lived. Kinzo was thinking deeply about his move, concentrating more than usual. It had been Kinzo's turn for quite some time, and Nanjo, who was tired of waiting, had randomly pulled out the book on magic that he couldn't understand and was skimming it. He was like, I'm so tired.
金蔵さん、盤面を前に腕を組むだけではいい一手は出ませんぞ。一つ休憩をして頭をリフレッシュしてみるのもいいのではありませんかな。
Let's eat.
黙れ。守りはこれで十分か。ビショップやナイトに隙間を突かれはしないか。
Such intense chess. Today, Kinzo was focused on maintaining a strong defense. Normally, Kinzo's motto was that offense was the best defense. However, today was completely the opposite.
私も腹が減りました。ここいらで中断しませんか。それに休みなく頭を回転させておりましたから、もう頭がクラクラです。これ以上は私も最善手をさせるとは限りませんぞ。
Goda needs to chill. Yes, he does.
それは困る。
But so does Kinzo.
チェスは互いに常に最善手を指さねばならん。
そうでない一手は理解に苦しみ、思考を読むゲームを狂わせてしまう。それでは今日を著しくそぐというものだ。
I mean, yeah, okay. But what would happen with like someone who's just playing, just like isn't even thinking about their moves, they're just going like placing pieces, and Kinzo's like, "What are you doing? My defense!" Kinzo sighed deeply and finally shifted his gaze away from the board. Chess isn't chess without an opponent. If that opponent is tired and wants to suspend the game, there's no getting around it.
確かにチェスの目的は勝利を目指すことで、互いにそのために最善手を指す。そしてそれを読み合う知的ゲームです。
Like in fighting
で
games?
すが、勝利以外にもう一つ目的があることを金蔵さんはお忘れではありませんかな。
なんだと？勝利以外にどんな目的があるというのか。
Eating.
金蔵さんがそんなこともお忘れとは。チェスを通しですぞ。
参ったな。
I hope Shannon is owning Beatrice right now in their chess game. I hope so too.
それは確か。ずいぶん昔に私がお前に
Do you like fighting
言
games?
った言葉だった
Yes, I love fighting games. So much so that my VTuber design has partially a theme of fighting games. Like the square on my ribbon is just the square button on the DualShock controller. Like, I just smash square and hope to win. I was actually planning to play the Umineko fighting game after I finished reading all chapters. There's an Umineko fighting game, by the way. Yes, I know, this is partially a reason why I started reading Umineko, because I don't want to spoil myself in a fighting game. So I'm gonna read the entire thing and then I'll play it.
これは参った。
Kinzo, who almost always wore a frown, relaxed his face for once and laughed. Kanjo, sorry, Nanjo felt like he'd been reunited with a close friend he hadn't seen in ages.
そういうことです。一本取られたついでにどうです。私と下に降りて食事と行きませんかな。
He's gonna be like, no!
食後にコーヒーと一緒にカスパロフの中盤についての議論でもいかがです。
良い提案だが遠慮する。私はもうこの部屋から出られない。儀式は始まっているのでな。
そうですか。では私はお腹もペコペコですからな。下へ降りることにします。気が向いたらいつでも。
南條、ありがと
う。おや、何のお礼ですかな。
お前とのチェスの決着はつかなかった。だが、私が忘れていたチェスの目的はどうやら果たせたらしい。
That's nice.
それはどうもチェックメイトと同じくらい重要なものであったらしい。
I find it interesting so far that Kinzo has the best view on people who are not his family. Or like not his direct family. Like, with Natsuhi, he likes her, he likes Genji, he likes Nanjo, but he hates the entire rest of the family, so I'm like, damn.
何の干渉ですかな。
お前が言ったのではないか。私には余命がないと。もう行け。そしてもうこの部屋へ来るな。
Because you will be dead?
続きは黄金鏡であろ
う。いいですが、仕切り直しですぞ。ルークが落ちてしまったのは痛手ですのでな。それでは後ほど。
If it's to his kids, he says, you incompetence, yeah. Yeah, that's true.
後ほどな。黄金鏡か煉獄か、あるいは次の世で。
In the next chessboard, you mean? Nanjo didn't say anything beyond that, and with a motion made smooth by familiarity, he pushed the button on the table that would release the outer lock. Then after looking at Kinzo's back one last time, he left the study. As he did, Kenji's voice came from the hall.
それでは親方様、これより夕食をお運びいたします。
最後の晩餐になるやもしれん。
You losers can't even checkmate the barely living old man like me. Why do I have such incompetent children? Beatrice!
味わわねばな。準備を頼む。
かしこまりました。親方様のご準備の方は万端となりましたか。
この部屋を今日まで問え旗への結界で厳重に包んだ。あれのルーレットが私を選ぼうとも必ずや弾き返す。
Alright.
そして生き残り黄金鏡へたどり着くうちの一人は絶対に私となる。
Q Beatrice is like, nah, you're the first to go to hell.
私を冥府へ連れ去ろうとする死神どもの来訪をも拒もうぞ。
Oh, is this gonna be now the dialogue with Beatrice? It is! It's time! Bring me the woman!
お食事の準備に参りました。
Shannon entered the VIP room, bowing her head and pushing the serving cart. The young woman by the window, gazing out into the supposedly empty darkness, was definitely that witch. Please.
今度はシャノンか。
Ah, my heart! Ah, she is the best.
懐かしいな。ほう。顔色がだいぶ良くなったではないか。カノンとは違うな。
Yes.
見違えたぞ。
ありがとうございます。
Shannon sullenly prepared dinner. There were actually several things she wanted to ask the witch, but they were all jumbled up, and she didn't know where to start. Her heart was also jumbled up, and she didn't even understand her own emotions. So she could only do her job dispassionately, with everything still vague. However, the witch saw what was in her heart. You can't hide anything from a witch.
謝らぬぞ。わらわは魔女だからな。
何がでしょう。
ほや、カノンから聞かされたであろう。そなたの恋路を助けたのはわらわの単なるいたずら心。いかにしてこじれ、ねじれ、破綻するかを干渉するためにまいた種に過ぎぬと。
恋はするより聞く方が楽しい方もおられるでしょう。
まさかわらわに感謝しようというのではあるまいな。
Probably.
はい。あなたが私にどんな下心があって恋の魔法を授けたとしても、あなたが私に与えてくれたものは変わらない。だから添い遂げられないと知りつつまいた種であったとしても、私は恨んだりしません。
Oh.
やはり家具というのは面白みのない。
I think Shannon is just very nice.
それを面白く調理するのがわらわの腕の見せ所よの。
Beatrice versus Shannon, place your bets now.
私に
This is a hard bet, but I'll probably be placing it on Beatrice.
あなたは私たちなど足元にも及ばない大魔女で、その遠大な資料など想像するにも至りません。でも一つだけ言えることがある。
なんだ。
私に人間を教えてくれてありがとう。あなたが言った。 私はもう家具じゃない。
黙れ家具。
I place pot of breed for
真の
Shannon.
人間ならば婚約指輪を受け取ろうという日に告げられた死の宣告に嘆き狂いて踊り出すだろう。なのにそなたはなんだ、達観し全てを受け入れたような顔つきではないか。実に拍子抜けだぞ家具。
いいえ、私は家具じゃない。
Shannon has become strong.
黙れ家具。
黙りません。家具ではありませんから。
わらわの命令が聞けぬというか。
Yes, she is.
家具なら命令に従います。でも人間は命令に従うかどうかを自分で決めます。だから私はあなたの命令に従わない。
Damn. Let's go. I'm loving this dialogue.
宣言を撤回する。やはり面白いぞ。種をまかねばそなたは何の感情も抱かず儀式に身を任せただろう。しかし今のそなたは実に面白く育ち、わらわを心底楽しませてくれるぞ。それでいい。わらわは退屈を愛さないのだから。
お夕食の準備が整いました。
Beatrice is going off and Shannon's like, dinner is
どう
ready.
ぞ。
うん、なかなかうまそうではないか。ゴーダが黄金鏡へたどり着くことがあればわらわの料理長に任命してやってもよかろう。
カノン君に聞きました。私にジョージさんの婚約を断らせれば私を生贄にしないなんて約束をした。
The magical chef.
うん、したぞ。そなたは第二の晩にうってつけの生贄候補だったのだがな。カノンがそれを許せと泣いて叫ぶので寛大に聞き入れてやったのよ。そなたが婚約を破棄すればとの条件付きでな。わらわのなんと寛大なことよ。
Shannon is gonna be like, yeah, I decline.
なんてバカな条件。そしてなんてバカな脅迫。そんなものでカノン君をいじめ抜いたというの。
Shannon is speaking up. I like
わ
this.
かるのか。
Apparently, Shannon had seen through it. She had apparently guessed at how the witch had bullied and humiliated Kanon with that horrible promise as bait.
絨毯に這いつく
Shit,
ば
it
ら
got
せ
baited!
わらわの靴にキスをさせてやったぞ。それだけではない。他にどのような恥ずかしめを与えたか聞きたいか。
Shannon silently shook her head.
あなたという人を私はようやく理解しました。あなたは人をいじめ、惑わせ、困らせて、それを楽しみ、糧にしている。だからあなたに抵抗する唯一の方法がこれであると確信した。
Which is?
あなたなんか知らない。
Ooh, shit!
私は私に与えられた運命を全うする。だからあなたを面白がらせたりしない。
Bullying Kanon is the perfect hobby. Yeah?
あなたなんか知らない。
Welp? The witch feature twisted in hatred for just an instant. Oof! It disappeared immediately, but the expression that briefly rose to her face was rare for the witch, whose malicious smile usually never faded for a second.
そういう抗い方もあるか。
You're still gonna die though!
面白い。気に入った。殺してやる。お前の思い人と一緒にな。
それがあなたの決められた運命ならばご随意に。私はそれに怯えたり逆らったりしません。これから起こる苛烈な運命があなたの意志によるものだなんて信じないから。
Oh.
私たち人間は未来に起こりうる運命など知らない。だからこそ 最後の瞬間まで自分の信念と運命に従い精一杯生き抜く。運命はただのサイコロの目。
I like this.
そこに悪意なんて感じない。あなたが吹き込もうと信じない。
ほう。
ほほ
家具をやめたくせに死を恐れぬとはな。それがわらわを退屈させると思っているようだが、それは大きな誤解だぞ。
She has just gained
そな
courage.
たが本当に最後の瞬間までそれを貫けるか、ますます興味が湧いた。
私は悔しい。どうしてあなたは人の姿をして私たちの前に現れ、人の言葉で語り私たちを嘲笑うのか。私たちの前に現れず運命を予告しなかったなら、私たちは最後の一瞬まで精一杯生きられるのに。
それが魔女というものよ。
They fuck shit up.
貴様らの運命を食い物に、工事の存在として定時の存在の上に君臨する。そなたらの運命など所詮はかけら。両手で碗を作ればいくらでも救える。わらわに飼われた肉牛どもが何をほざこうとも、わらわの食卓を楽しませる結果に変わりはせぬのに同じこと。
Damn.
無力な私たちにはあなたの儀式にも運命にも抗うことなどできない。しかしあなたに今すぐ不愉快な思いをさせることはできる。
Are you gonna destroy her dinner?
ほう、それは何か。
今すぐここを立ち去ることです。あなたの言葉に答えることは全てあなたを楽しませている。あなたの問いかけに答えないことがあなたへ唯一できる抵抗です。
Yes, by ignoring her.
なるほどなるほど。
Learn from Battler.
一矢報いることはできよう。しかしわらわを倒すことはできぬぞ。わらわは誰しもを永遠に殺す力を持っている。永遠に繰り返し殺される輪廻の中で、そなたがいつまでその抵抗をできるのか忘れるなよ。自らが口にした言葉。
それでは失礼いたします。
Damn, that stare.
ご用がありましたらお呼びください。
Shannon gave a reserved bow and faced away. With that gesture, maybe she really did take a shot back at the witch, just as Beatrice had said. Because when the Beatrice called out again, she sounded a little more quick-tempered than she had before.
カノンはわらわに感謝したぞ。そなたは感謝せぬのか。安息の日をわらわが与えることを。
Walk,
カ
walk,
ノなら安
walk.
息の日を喜びましょう。ですが私は人間ですので、だからあなたに感謝することはありません。ご用はそれだけですか？
ジョージから指輪をもらうつもりであろう。受け取れば。わらわがカノンと交わしたそなたを生贄に選ばないという約束を破棄すること。
まだご用があるなら他のものを来させますので。それでは失礼いたします。
Damn! A flat-out interruption. Shannon still hadn't answered her, and the sound of the door closing came instead of an answer. Shannon's resistance probably struck far more deeply into the witch than Shannon herself thought, because an expression of hatred once again rose to Beatrice's face. She made Kanon submit, even though he had been ensnared until the end. Whereas Shannon, who had been so easily ensnared before, refused to submit this time. She has grown strong. I'm so proud of her.
やはりこれは面白いことではないか。わらわもまだまだ若いか。これだから1000年は生き飽きぬのよ。
Oh, this was an amazing conversation. I loved it. I loved it thoroughly. It was probably my favorite dialogue so far in this chapter. This was most fabulous part of the family conference. Dinner. In the past, when Kinzo had been serious about the conference, he'd taken everyone's yearly gathering for dinner very seriously. Because anything embarrassing that occurred during dinner would cause the deepest shame for him as the host. He had given Natsuki stern orders to avoid embarrassment at all costs. Because of that, she and Krause eventually hired Goda, who had confidence in his cooking abilities. Thanks to that, they became able to serve wonderful dinners as they could be confident in, but by that time, Kinzo had closed himself up in his study and never appeared for dinner. Maybe you could call that ironic. When the main dish for tonight, called steak, was set out, Goda began to describe it proudly, further stimulating everyone's appetite. Stop, you're making me hungry!
こちら、ソースはボルドレーズとなっております。ベースの赤ワインはもちろん、ボルドー産の中でも素晴らしいものを使用しておりますが、その他にも当家オリジナルブレンドとしまして、
Goda, stop! I'm getting so hungry!
世界各地数種類の名酒をブレンドしまして、より深い味わいとなりますよう整えてございます。このソースは本年限りのものでございます。どうかお楽しみいただければ幸いです。
素晴らしいじゃないか。
Yes.
しかし、ボルドレーズソースはフランス料理の王道ではないのかね。
Obviously, Kumasawa sabotaged the dinner and changed everything but Mackerel's version of itself. Oh god!
それに、フランス以外の酒を使うのは少し邪道ではないかという気もするね。
旦那様、本日は年に一度の親族会議でございます。普段は遠方にお住まいの皆様が、はるばるお越しになり、一堂に集われた夜の晩餐には、世界各地より、普段は出会うことのない名酒を取り寄せブレンドしたソースが何よりもふさわしいかと存じ、特別にご用意させていただいたのでございます。
Oh, just imagining it is making me hungry. Ah!
本当に素晴らしい料理人や。あんたは能楽器が加わると料理も薬も効果は2倍になるっちゅうわけやな。元の料理のうまさも2倍、さらに能楽器で2倍。味の倍々ゲームや。
いやね、兄さん。その質問、読まれてたんじゃないの？
違いねえな。まんまと美味しいところをゴーダさんに持ってかれちまったぜ。
Yes.
そうかね。
Just give me the steak. Just give me the steak, please. I'm begging.
ものもいるんじゃないかと思ってね。エヴァは先ほどバターを使わないのが美徳と言ったが、それはスペイン風だ。確かに国境を接してはいるがね。
そういう意味で言ったんじゃないわよ。話の一部分だけ抜き出して勝手に加工しないでくれるかしら。
Fight, fight, fight.
とっても美味しいソースね。ゴーダさんは本当に素晴らしいわ。
お褒めに預かり、大変光栄です。これもすべて奥様の日頃のご指導のおかげでございます。
いえ、すべてゴーダのアイディアです。私はレシピを聞き、承認しただけです。
Yes, it sounds good. It looked like the siblings quickly got into a loud argument about the sauce. What? But most of the part didn't proceed peacefully. However, a certain question they desperately want to ask burned inside each one of them. It was about that visitor, the 19th person, the Golden Witch. In actuality, Eva and Rudolph and the rest were very much on their guards during this meal. If the mystery guest was ever going to be introduced, this dinner table would be the most appropriate place to do it. However, no place was set at the dinner table for the witch. The family conference would begin in earnest after the meal, and the previous experiences told them that it might last until deep into the night. However, they couldn't imagine why such a person should be kept hidden until that late, if they were going to be introduced in the end anyway. So Eva and Rudolph and the rest were starting to feel a certain suspicion. Perhaps this guest was unknown even to Kraus. If this wasn't an assassin called by Kraus to give him an advantage in the inheritance problem, then maybe they should speak frankly to Kraus beforehand, creating a common front to resist anything disadvantageous to the four siblings. If she was Kinzo's assassin, whose purpose was to keep the inheritance from being handed over to the four siblings, the enmity between Kraus and the other siblings could only become a weak point that benefited the enemy.
それではごゆっくりお楽しみください。
When he finished explaining the reasoning behind the table setting and the cooking, Goda tried to leave the room, but Kirie called him to stop with a small voice.
はい、キリエ様、何か。
ごめんなさい。今日はお客様がいらっしゃってると思ったんだけど、晩餐にはお見えにならないのかしら。
She had planned on saying it nonchalantly, but unfortunately it reached the ears of Natsu, who was sitting in the next seat over. It seemed that Natsu had learned it as even though the guests are here, why wasn't the host come to dinner? In other words, that Kirie had asked whether Kinzo was going to join them for dinner.
当主様は体調が優れられませんので、お部屋で食事をとると仰せです。主人が初めにそう説明いたしましたが、何か。
ごめんなさい。そうじゃないの。
Oh, you mean Beatrice? Natsu's reaction instantly told Kirie that this unknown visitor was also unknown to Kraus and his wife, which meant, on the chessboard inside Kirie's mind, she could hear the clattering of the pieces as they rearranged themselves.
客?
Batter, who had been sitting next to Natsu, seemed to have heard Kirie's words without misunderstanding them. Thinking it strange that someone else would be invited to today's family conference, he spoke incredibly sorry, and thanks to that, the uncomfortable feeling building in the siblings' chest suddenly exploded. Everyone looked at Goda at the same time. Judging by their reactions, it was clear that no one here had invited that mystery woman. For an instant, Goda was startled to find everyone's gazes gathered on him, but because of his naturally vain personality, this actually gave him a feeling of superiority. Therefore, he asked in an extremely calm and graceful manner.
はい。貴賓室でお一人で食事を取られたいとのことで、そちらへお運びしております。
That extremely graceful and reasonable response of Goda's made it obvious to everyone that a 19th person, a visitor, existed.
貴賓室？客？何の？誰の話ですか？
Natsu's words echoed the question that everyone who didn't know about the appearance of the Golden Witch was thinking. Only Kirie saw her, right? Kirie and Rosa. For a while, Goda was disoriented, caught completely off guard by this sudden interrogation. This was a guest who had been treated with such deep respect. He hadn't imagined that Kraus and his wife might not even know about her. Well, shit.
ベアトリーチェ様でございます。
ベアトリーチェ、ほらほら、ベアトリーチェ来てるでしょ。
She's so happy! Maria had been telling the other cousins over and over again that she had met Beatrice that day. The cousins had answered flippantly, but they hadn't believed, so their eyes grew wide.
すまねえ。俺はてっきりマリアの冗談だと思ってたぜ。本当にいたんだな。
Yes, she was.
ベアトリーチェって、あの黄金のベアトリーチェなのかよ。
Yes. Oh, she's so upset.
ごめんね、マリアちゃん。そういうつもりじゃないんだよ。
After learning that everyone had doubted Beatrice's existence, Maria, who had been in a good mood all day, completely lost her temper. George, who sat in the next seat over, tried frantically to call Maria.
ゴーダ、それもディナーの何かの余興なのかね。
兄貴、三文芝居はやめようぜ。兄貴が呼んだんだろ。呼ぶ？
Everybody's gonna start fist fighting like, who's that woman?
どこから？
兄さん、はっきりさせましょう。あれは誰？まさか、本当に肖像画のベアトリーチェだと言うんじゃないでしょうね。
Except?
私にはお前たちが何を言っているのかさ、ゴーダ。これは本当に冗談ではないのだな。
私はその。
Well, you insisted.
源氏さんからそのように指示を受けただけでして、その。
源氏を呼びなさい。今すぐ。
When Natsu yelled, Goda sped out into the hallway like Nyum! The sound of the door being thrown open was the spark that suddenly set the dinner table ablaze.
じゃあ兄貴も知らないってんだな。呼んだのは誰だ？親父ってことか？
Probably. Nah, she just came
私
herself.
には何のことかわからんね。お前たちは私が裏で糸を引いていると信じているようだが、それは大きな誤解だ。
クラス兄さん、落ち着いてえな。わしらはもう腹の探り合いをすべき段階にないで。もし兄さんも知らない対人物だっちゅうなら。
When is Rosa
これはとんでもない
gonna
話。
秀吉さん、
open the
言葉を
envelope?
少し慎みませんか？主人は親族会議に不要な人間を招いたりはしません。
まったくだ。お前たちは何を言っているのかね。肖像画の魔女が額縁を抜け出して現れたとでも言うのかね。
私、あったわ。
Oh shit! Yeah, Evan Rudolph nodded at Rosa's proclamation.
マリアもあった。クラースおじさん信じて。ママを信じて。
The brief tension was broken, and Maria also started to make a ruckus. Oh shit! By now the room was thoroughly wrapped in chaos.
何が何だかさっぱりだぜ。つまりなんだ？じいさまに黄金を授けた魔女様が今年の親族会議にはスペシャルゲストとして登場ってわけかよ。
Yes, that is correct.
しかし本当にローザおばさんの見間違いってことじゃねえの？
Everybody is yelling and in chaos.
間違いなくなんですか？
ええ、私とマリアは会って話もしてる。私は会ったの。あれは間違いなく魔女だった。信じて。私の見間違いとか錯覚とかそんなのじゃ断じてない。
Kiria should join.
あれは何だったの？
Are the siblings gonna start laughing like In the instant before the typhoon arrived, Rosa definitely met a witch in the rose garden. But the scene had been so hard to accept as truth that the more she spoke of it like this, the less she understood what it was she had encountered. Ironically, since she was losing her composure, the more frantically she tried to cling to her claim, the more confused and hazy the thing she was describing became. Because of that, it only took a single calmly spoken sentence to confirm the nature of what she was describing beyond doubt.
私もあったわ。挨拶とはとても言えないけれど、一応言葉も交わしてる。
Thank you, Kirie.
ローザさんの見間違いとかじゃ断じてないわ。
キリエさん、それマジかよ。
Yes.
ええ。
I met her in person.
でも彼女は私に名乗らなかった。だから彼女がベアトリーチェであると断定はできない。
Kirie sempre lucida.
でも主観的で恐縮なんだけど、私は玄関ホールで彼女に会ったから肖像画と顔を見比べることができた。私は第一印象で彼女こそがこの肖像画の主に違いないって思ったわ。あくまでも主観よ。
そんなことはありえません。第一、その女はどこからやってきたというのですか？
from heaven.
今日の船は皆さんの送迎のための便が往復しただけです。その船に乗っていたのですか？
それを言われると弱いね。確かにそんなご婦人と一緒に下船した記憶は。
I agree. Kirie is so far, at least so far, the best mom.
あら、そう？私たちの乗ってきた船以外に船はないってどうして証明できるの？できないわ。来なかったは証明できない。
道理だな。来たは証明できる。
Mm-hmm.
来たのを見たやつが見たと言えばいい。
Yep.
しかし、来ないは証明できないぜ。全員が来ない、見てないといったところで、全員が見てないところでこっそり来たことを否定はできない。
It would be correct to say that Kirie is the least worst of the four.
つまり、悪魔の証明ってやつだ。
It'd be simple to prove that devils exist. All you have to do is meet a devil. But it's impossible to prove that devils don't exist. Just by saying that no one has ever met a devil, you can't deny the possibility that they're hiding away somewhere humans can't go. Well, a battery isn't even her blood-related son, actually. Well, but she's still a mom. You can't deny the existence of aliens for exactly the same reason. Until humanity searches the whole of space and can show perfectly that aliens don't exist, you can't be sure that they don't exist. And it's definitely impossible for us to ever check the entirety of space for the existence of aliens. Therefore, while there may be a number of ways to prove that aliens do exist, it might always be impossible to show proof that denies their existence.
となれば、僕たちが乗ってきた船以外の船で来たかどうかなんて、議論しても無駄な問題ということになるね。僕たちと一緒の船にはいなかった。それだけが事実で、それ以外の方法で、とにかくこの島に訪れたことになる。
By descending from the sky, or more like materializing out of nowhere.
どうやって来たかなんて議論の必要はないかもしれない。肝心なのは現にこの屋敷に今いて私たちと晩餐を共にする気がないという事実よ。
整理しよう。
Yes.
今この島には後ろ宮家18人以外にもう一人客がいる。そしてそいつは兄貴も夏日姉さんも知らない客だったんだ。
Yes. Only Kinzo
知り
knows.
ません。何の話だかもわかりません。
お前は少し黙っていなさい。頭痛に触る。
Damn, don't be
妻
rude.
の言う通りだ。私にはお前たちが何の話をしているのかさっきからさっぱりだ。
じゃあ答えは一つしかないわ。お父様が呼んだのよ。
Probably.
今日の親族会議のために。
親族会議に？だから何のために？
そんなの知らないわよ。兄さんが知ってたらそれを問い詰めようって思ってたのよ。
Eva is losing her shit over here.
エヴァ、予算か。クラース兄さんは知らんと言うとる。つまり話はこうや。お父さんが肖像画の魔女にそっくりの客人をこっそり招いた。それにローザさんが出会い、マリアちゃんが出会い、そしてキリエさんもあった。
Yes.
今はそこまでや。わしらに言いたいことがあるんなら、とっとと姿を現せばええ。挨拶もなしに引きこもってるっちゅうんはどないなわけなんや。
I really need to see Beatrice interacting with the family so badly. I need to see it.
親族会議なんか花から関心のない親父が新しい愛人をこっそり呼びつけたってわけか。理想の魔女様のおべべを着せてよ。
Maybe.
そう決着するには今日という日は意味を持ちすぎてるぜ。
Angry Eva makes my skin crawl from anger or from fear.
理由は一つしかない。親族会議に加わるためよ。
Or is it because her voice actress is the same as Takano's? Yes to both, I guess.
お父様の遺産について何かの権利を主張する気でいるのよ。
バカバカしい。当主様に愛人などと汚らわしいものなどおりません。
Are you sure? It's been
お
confirmed.
前は黙っていると言っている。私はこの屋敷でずっと親父殿と過ごしているが、そんな話は聞いたこともない。
Mr. Krause, there are such things as secrets.
最大限理解を示したとして、何十年も昔の愛人との間に隠し子がいたとして、それを親父殿が探し出し、今日という日に呼びつけたと、こう言いたいのかね？
あなた、お父様にそんなものがいるわけがありません。尊い後ろ宮の血が愛人ごときに。
I mean, it can
先ほどから
happen.
数人が見た見たと自称しているに過ぎません。幻想妄想白チュームに決まっています。あるいはこれも夫を陥れるための皆さんの何らかの芝居なのですか？
何の芝居だってのよ。
Oh man, the women are gonna fight.
芝居だって言うならそっちでしょうが。
よせよ姉貴、ちょいと暴力的な言い方だが、夏日さんの言う通りではある。キリエは姿を見たが、俺は見てない。姉貴もだ。だがローザは見た。
Yes.
しかしってことはいるってことになる。いるを証明している連中が存在する以上、いるで 直ちに決着だ。悪魔の証明の逆パターンってわけだな。それに俺も会いたいんだよ。
Exists in parentheses, yeah. You want to meet her too?
一体当家に何の御用かと直接問いただしたい。
それについては私も同感だ。六軒島へ何の御用かぜひお尋ねしたいものだ。
白々しいこと言わない。狙いは一つよ。お父様の遺産を狙ってるの。相続問題に明るい弁護士に今後の作戦を練らせるべきよ。お母様と同格の権利を愛人が主張した場合、私たちの取り分はかっきり半分さらわれることになる。
Welp.
ちょっとみんな待って。源氏さんがもうじき来るわ。彼は何でも知ってる。
Probably.
きっと私たちの疑問に答えてくれるわ。
Can you imagine Genji walks in and they're like, okay, so what do you know about Beatrice? And he's like, I don't know shit.
さあ子供たち、悪いけれど大人はちょっと込み入った話をしないといけないの。ゲストハウスへ戻っていなさい。
Rosa yelled at the children, slightly overcome with emotion. The children didn't understand why they were suddenly being yelled at this time, but Eva and the rest realized it too late. They were talking so bluntly about the filthy topic of the inheritance right in front of the children. Of course they wouldn't want their children to remain, so they all immediately agreed with Rosa's plan.
そうやな。ローザさんの言う通りや。
That's yeah, just as Rosa says.
いとこみんなでゲストハウス
The
に
best
戻ってる
mom
ん
is
や。
Rosa? I have to disagree, but yeah, joking.
いとこ同士仲良く遊ぶんやで。
I think she could be a good mom if she went to therapy and actually got her issues fixed.
いとこみんなを連れて今すぐ出ていくのよ。
ちょっと待ってよ母さん。僕たちはまだ食事も終えていない。
But alas, she probably doesn't have the resources to therapy and has too much pride. So she is this.
デザートはゴーダさんにゲストハウスに運ばせます。
Yes.
だから出て行きなさい。
ジェシカ、ここから先は大人の話し合いです。行きなさい。
わかったよ。まだ食いかけだってのに。
Damn, let Jessica eat!
ってことは俺だけ例外ってことはないよな。
理解してくれてありがとう、バトラ君。
Now we see an exhibit of moms talking to their children.
でもあなたラッキーよ。
I agree, Kiri is the best mom!
どうして？
私も出て行けるなら出て行きたいのに。
違いねえぜ。大人は大人で遺産をめぐって楽しい一家団らんをお楽しみくださいってんだ。
She's the only nice mom! Who's not like getting mad at the children.
どうやら今夜は私の出番はなさそうだ。
Now just thinking about chess only. Nanja quietly rose to his feet. From his seat in the farthest corner, he had been calmly watching the whole discussion without butting in. Surely that reaction of his was very adult, just what you expect of a calm old gentleman. When Nanja rose from his seat, it ended up encouraging the others who were supposed to leave. The children noisily rose from their seats as they hurried into the hallway. The servants returned. Let Jessica eat!
遅くなって申し訳ございません。
Let her eat the steak!
源氏をお呼びいたしました。
お屋敷の中の戸締まりの確認に行っておりましたもので遅くなりました。申し訳ございません。
さあ、子供たちはゲストハウスへ。ゴーダさん、申し訳ないのだけれど、子供たちの分のデザートをゲストハウスへ運んでくれるかしら。
Yes, please let them eat!
は、よろしいのですか?
It seemed Goda wasn't amused to see the dinner he'd worked so hard on interrupted like this. Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it? He sent Natsuki a look as though asking her whether that was really okay.
ローザさんの言う通りにするよ。それから私たちにデザートの配膳は不要です。呼び出しがあるまで食堂には近づかないように。これは他の使用人にも伝えること。いいですね。
はい、かしこまりました。
さあさあ皆さん、参りましょうかな。マリアさんもこれ以上お母さんを困らせてはいけません。
マリアもベアとの話する。
We're not gonna talk about Beate, we're gonna talk about money.
マリアちゃん、僕たちにゲストハウスでベアトリーチェの話を聞かせてくれないかい？ぜひ魔女の話を聞きたいんだ。
George is good with kids.
ジョージ兄さんは本当にうめえぜ。
He is. I think he would be a good dad.
本当に子持ちじゃねえのかよ。手慣れすぎだぜ。
George had completely restored Maria's good mood, and now she took the initiative, telling the others to head on to the guest house. It looked like Gora didn't like being kicked out himself, but he could not disobey Natsuki, so he left the room with Batter and the rest closing the door.
ご用は何でしょうか、皆様。
あるわ。
Everybody is ready to fight Genji.
たっぷりと。それもみんな。誰から質問するかくじ引きが欲しいくらいよ。
だが誰が一番のくじを引こうとも最初にする質問は同じだと思う。
The first question is, who the hell is Beatrice?
違いねえな。源氏さん、正直に答えてくれ。今貴賓室にいる。
Yep, I called it.
ベアトリーチェってのは何者なんだ。
And the door closes. Goda made me hungry. Now I'm gonna check if I have some snacks. But first I'm gonna see what the clock says. It's... alright. Alright, let me see real quick if I can get a snack before Goda starves me to death. I got cookies. Not like the biggest dinner or like the biggest snacks, but they will do. I hope they're still okay. I kind of wanted to eat the waffles or something like that, or even better pastel de nata, but I have nothing left. So I'm gonna have to settle with cookies. Yep. My cat wants my cookies now! Stop. After being chased out of the guest house, the kids and Nanjo had gathered in the cousin's room and were eating the cake that Kumasawa had brought for dessert. I want cake. It was wonderful and high class, topped with lavish amounts of cream and decorated deliciously with fruits. But delicious as it was, it didn't taste quite as good for some reason. Yeah, because the mood was been soured. Okay. My cat's trying to have my cookies. Stop.
脳書きを求めようにも熊沢のばあちゃんに聞いた日にゃこのケーキの原料もサバってことになっちまうぜ。
本当？サバからケーキってできる？
Can you? She's gonna say yes.
このケーキもサバの絞り汁に小麦粉と卵を混ぜて焼き上げるとふっくら焼き上がるのでございますよ。
Forever since I made waffles and now I want some. Then get some waffles maybe. Tomorrow, I guess.
それが本当ならすごいね。お父さんの店の新メニューにサバケーキとか登場するかもしれないよ。
サバって栄養満点でヘルシーっぽいイメージがあるしよ。女性とかお年寄りに人気が出たりしてな。俺は食わねえけどよ。
女はそんなゲテモノは食わねえぜ。
年寄りも遠慮したいところですな。
美味しいんですけどね。
We have Kumasawa. These cookies are delicious as well. These Buddha cakes. Oops. Kumasawa was really cheering up the mood with her classic mackerel jokes, but the sound of the downpouring rain kept turning her attention towards the mystery guest. In the end, they showered Maria with questions again, since she was the only person here to have met Beatrice. She's going to be cryptic about it, isn't she?
まさかあの話が本当だったとはね。
Of course she was!
その口ぶりだと、マリアが魔女に会ってたって話は、信じてなかったまでにも初耳じゃねってことらしいな。
ああ、夢見がちなお年頃のよくあるおとぎ話くらいに思ってたぜ。
What?
いる！ベアトリーチェはいる！毎年親族会議に来るたびにマリアは会って一緒に遊んでた。
そうですね。ベアトリーチェ様は普段はお姿をお見せになりませんけど、心が綺麗で素直な方の前にはひょっこり姿を現していたずらをすることもあるそうですからね。
Kat, what are you doing? Beatrice referred to that character in the fairy tale about the Rokenjima witch. To keep Kinzo in a good mood, the family and servants acted as though they believed in the witch of his illusions. That's how Rokenjima fairy tale, or maybe ghost story, had come into being. There were family members who knew that backstory, the fairy tale of the Golden Witch wasn't something to be taken too seriously. However, they were never able to say that out loud in front of Kinzo. Oh, my cat has something on her. Oops. Because of that, the legends of the witch carried a lot more weight to someone like young Maria, who didn't know the story of how it had come into being. That's why Maria believed in the legends of the witch. She accepted it entirely. That was only natural for an imaginative girl who believed in witches. So people had avoided saying things that would betray her dream. On the contrary, they had worked together so to say and do things that would help liven up her dreams without her knowing.
だからマリアちゃんがベアトリーチェにもらったお菓子と言って僕らに見せびらかすことがあっても、多分誰かがそういうことにしてマリアちゃんの手提げの中にこっそり飴玉でも忍ばせたのだろうって思ってた。
私も昔に2度か3度そういうこっそりお菓子を置いてあげたことがあります。
Oh yes, some people do that.
おそらく熊沢さんにも、いや使用人の皆さんや後ろ宮家の皆さんも一度や二度はあるんじゃないでしょうか。
無邪気な小さい子が喜ぶなら口裏を合わせてお菓子を置いてくこともあるか。
That's nice of them, but it's not the truth.
ジョージの兄貴なんかだいぶやってそうだな。
まあね。
He's not denying it. It'd probably be boorish to admit such a thing aloud. George admitted it while being extremely worried that Maria didn't find out.
つまりサンタクロースみたいなもんか。
Nonsense Beatrice confirmed, maybe.
子供の夢を守るために両親がグルで嘘をついて寝静まったこの枕元にプレゼントを置いていたと。
子供の夢って 守ってあげたいし。私は当然サンタなんていないってとっくに知ってるわけだけど、もし覚めなくてもいい夢だったなら一生信じていたかったぜ。
世の中は世知辛いばかりだと知ってしまうからこそ、大人はせめて子供の綺麗な夢を守ってやりたいと思うものです。
ベアトリーチェはいるの。
They're gonna make Maria fight them.
いますとも。ベアトリーチェ様はおりますよ。この前もですね、サバを干して紅茶の出汁に使おうとしておりましたら、
She suddenly appeared.
まあつまりこういう調子だったはずなんだけどね。
つまりマリアを除けば誰も信じてなかったはずの魔女ってわけだ。
Except
少し言葉が足りないね。信じてなかったんじゃない。
Beatrice is real, indeed.
信じさせてあげようとしたんだ。
So this is about not betraying a child's innocence. But Santa doesn't exist in reality. If you don't want kids to be all disappointed when they learn the truth, you'd be better off not showing them that dream in the first place. Is the fact that I think like this proof that I'm still a long way from becoming a full adult? The true nature of the Rokkenjima witch was finally starting to take shape in Battler's mind. However, their current situation overrode this understanding, and in fact it completely overturned its very premise.
という認識だったはずの魔女のベアトリーチェ様が実際に現れちまったと。そういうことか。しかもだ、おじさんたちの騒ぎを見る限りどうも招かれた客でもないらしい。こりゃ面白そうな話だぜ。
ベアトリーチェという女性が実在しないという前提は実は存在しない。ルドルフおじさんも言っていた悪魔の証明そのものだよ。ベアトリーチェと名乗る女性の存在を僕たちは誰も知らなかった。でもだからといってそれがベアトリーチェが実在する可能性を否定できるわけじゃない。
南條先生はじいさまとの付き合いが長いですよね。
一時期親族会議でクラウスさんたちに随分と聞かれた話ですな。その昔金蔵さんにベアトリーチェという愛人がいて、その隠し子がいるのではないかという話です。
Yes, Santa is real. He brings me presents.
親父たちは遺産分配で頭がいっぱいだ。
Yeah.
そこに愛人の娘なんてのが現れれば面倒なことになるのは火を見るより明らかってわけだ。
クラウスさんたちも最初は源氏さんに聞かれたのでしょう。しかし源氏さんは金蔵さんに忠誠を誓う側近で、多分源氏さんは何も語らなかったのでしょう。それで次に古い友人である私の方に話を聞こうということになったのでしょうな。
で結論として南條先生。
Genji said yes.
おりました。
Well, there we go.
私は会ったことはありませんぞ。
No, I have never met her. Don't ask.
ですが、そういう女性と交際があったと金蔵さんから聞かされたことはありました。
Well,
相当昔にお亡くなりになられたそうで。
I'm going to assume this mistress was actually Kinzo's true love, and everyone else's mom was the arranged marriage that was a loveless marriage.
死んだ。その間に子供がいたとか。
それはわかりません。
I'm going to assume that they did.
ただ金蔵さんはベアトリーチェを蘇らせるために研究。普通は愛人を失い忘れがたみがいたならばそちらにその分の愛情を注ぐものです。
I guess that didn't happen.
金蔵さんとベアトリーチェの間に子供はいなかったろうと。
Or maybe Kinzo's just good at hiding it.
考えました。
ってことは、それも悪魔の証明になっちまうな。
なるぜ。愛人との間に子供がいなかったことは証明不能。
Yep.
現にこうして現れた以上、いたってことになっちまうわけか。
Yep.
少し暴力的な理論だね。後宮家の遺産問題でトラブルが生じていることを聞きつけ、何者かがおじい様の大昔の愛人関係を知り、それを装って遺産問題に食い込もうとしているとかの方が現実的だよ。
Oh, you know, like the Anastasia movie, like, Grandma, it's me, Anastasia. Drops a coat.
しかし、本当に彼女が隠し子で。しかもその上、じい様に顧みられなくて、孤独に生き、復讐に帰ってきたって設定も否定はできねえよな。
復讐？なんだよそれ。
ああ、すまんすまん。男なんだよ。ついつい面白そうな方に脚色しちまうぜ。妙なドラマの見過ぎだな。
Yes, you have seen too many weird dramas, Battler. Maybe you should start watching some anime. Normally that might have come off as a light joke. But the joke had landed after an uninvited mystery guest calling herself Beatrice had marched in on the day of the family conference, where the bloody argument that the inheritance had become took center stage. There was no way Battler's joke would be welcomed with laughter. So it was really big help when Nanjo laughed brightly to calm everyone down.
なるほどなるほど。それはなかなか面白そうですな。
That's a nice theory.
そんな筋書き
But
の
it's
小
just a
説も
theory.
ぜひ読んでみたいものです。
まあ、現実にはそんなことはできねえと思う。何しろよ。今、この島には、ひふみ。18人もいるんだぜ。妙なことをすればすぐにでも取り押さえられちまう。それに、台風のおかげで島から逃げ出すこともできない。
Patrice is right here and he's like, yeah, well, she's not real.
とんでもない事件を起こそうにも、どうにもならねえってことさ。
同感だね。退路の断たれた袋小路で、しかも十分怪しまれているような状況下で。
Silly Nanjo, you're just a character inside the novel. Indeed, but he doesn't know. He's just a part of the chessboard, I guess, or of this specific chessboard.
でしょうな。ならば姿など表さずに暗躍しての復讐の方が現実味があるというものです。堂々と姿を現して仇討ちなど時代劇の中でしか考えられませんな。
Are you sure about that?
復讐ってのは感情でやるもんだ。理屈じゃねえぜ。それこそ差し違えてでもなんて考えたら別に警察も人数も退路がなくても何も怖くはないかもしれねえぜ。
大丈夫だよ、ジェシカちゃん。僕たちが想像するような物騒なことは何も起きないよ。
遺産をめぐっておじさんたちがバトルロイヤルってのが物騒なことじゃねえってんならな。
そうだよな。父さんもルドルフおじさんも体格いいし、エヴァおばさんなんか格闘技習ってんでしょ。
Oh yeah, right, I remember that.
大丈夫だよね。
Jessica didn't say it out loud, but she'd vaguely noticed that her own father stood in opposition to all their siblings on the inheritance issue. He usually played nice in front of the children, but when that pretense was lifted away, like it had been at dinner, the result would be a tumultuous uproar. After realizing this, it was only natural for Jessica to be frightened at the thought that her parents might get caught up in some kind of trouble and become human sacrifices for something terrifying.
だよな。ジョージの兄貴の言う通りだぜ。何も起こらねえよ。
Statesman's preceding unfortunate events.
魔女様の名前を語ろうとも魔法も使えない人間の女が一人で何ができるってんだ。
Oh, what's this? I read it. Oh, I thought we were going to go back to the world with the chessboard and Battler and Beatrice were talking, but I guess not. The sudden creepy laugh made all of them jump, and when they realized the strange laugh was coming from Maria, they were shocked again.
そうなんだ。それがバトラの認識なんだね。
何かだよ。
What is this? She's telling you you're an idiot.
バトラはベアトリーチェの存在をとりあえずは認めてる。19人目の客人程度には認めてる。
But?
でもそこまでだね。19人目のベアトリーチェが魔女であることは認めてないね。
I guess not.
突然何を言い出すかと思えばそりゃそうだろ。魔女なんているわけがねえ。それを語る人間の女しかありえねえだろうが。
You shouldn't say that to Maria, especially considering the context between her and Rosa. Ever since that has been revealed, every time I see someone telling Maria witches are not real, I just feel sad. Because it's like Maria not only believes in Beatrice and the like, she also believes the witch is possessing her mom when she's abusive, right? So
おかしいよバトラー。それは悪魔の証明だよ。魔女なんているわけがねえ。でもそれはバトラが魔女に会ったことがないというだけで、魔女の存在を否定することにはならないね。
She's right though.
そうだな。確かにそうだ。魔女がいねえを証明することはできない。
But you can't prove witches are real either or what?
証明はできなくても主張はできる。魔女はいねえという俺の主張だ。
どうして魔女はいないなんて証明できないくせに主張できるの？
Because he's...
そんなものはいねえからだよ。
Because he says so.
それで QED？
What's a QED, Maria? Help. Chat Maria showing his incompetent battler ass who's the boss. Yes, that's Beatrice.
何の証拠も根拠もなく証明終了？
Yes.
無知が自分の浅が草を棚上げする時の典型例。暴力的思考停止だね。
Damn.
となりゃ答えは一つだぜ、マリア。魔女側の反証しかねえってことだろ。これまた悪魔の証明だ。連れてくりゃ話は早い。この場合はベアトリーチェと名乗るご婦人がお星様がキラキラ飛び散るような華麗な魔法をステッキででも披露して
And then he's gonna be like, No, I don't accept this!
不可能なことをやってみせればいいってことだろ。
ほら、お二人とも。
Damn.
落ち着いてくださいな。
Well, Beatrice is gonna do exactly that. Kumasawa noticed that the atmosphere between them was getting worse and tried to calm them. It seemed as though Mbato quickly realized that he wasn't acting like an adult. Maria's expression didn't loosen. Oh, tomato part soon? I don't know. I'm scared. But Maria's expression didn't loosen. As she laughed creepily, she kept staring at Battler.
マリアももうよせよ。機嫌直そうぜ。な。
Damn it, Battler. You did this.
それが望みなら、ベアトリーチェはきっと見せてくれるよ。人間には不可能なこと。そしたらバトラも信じるんだよね。ベアトリーチェのこと。
おう。そいつを拝ましてくれたら、信じてやろうじゃねえか。
I'll believe, and then Q, he's like, I don't believe this!
チェックメイトされたら、バトラは魔女を信じる。
おー、洒落た例えだぜ。魔女が魔法を見せる。俺のキングにチェックをかける。俺は人間でも、何らかの手段で再現可能だとイチャモンをつけて、キングを逃がす。それができなきゃチェックメイトってのは、確かにいい例えだ。
Pretty much, I guess.
バトラ、チェスというのは、相手も自分も同じ動きの駒を持ってる。だから相手の手も読める。でもね、相手の駒がバトラの駒よりさらに不思議な動きができることを、バトラ、魔女のはずないからと、ベアトリーチェの動かす駒の動きを自分とどうせ同じだと決めつけている。
Yes, they're really getting their money's worth with that chess background. It's they wanted to show off the texture, I guess.
でもね、 悪いけど、バトラのチェスの相手は人間じゃない。魔女なの。人間にはさせない駒の動きができる。バトラは
So
今
basically she can
そこの
cheat.
認識を間違えて
That's what you're saying.
バトラはキリエおばさんのチェス盤思考って好きでしょ？
ああ、相手の立場に立っての思考術ってやつを気に入ってるぜ。
だからダメなの。相手は魔女なのにバトラはそれを認めない。だから魔女のさせる手を理解できず、チェス盤思考が通じない。相手の認識を間違えている。チェス盤思考の一番最初の前提が崩れてる。
おお、そう来るかよ。
そなたは魔女とのチェスに勝てぬ。
Jeez. Welp.
その後のことはわかりません。
Oh, what's
私
happening?
たち使用人は食堂に近づくなと言命されましたもので。
なるほどね。それでシャノンはそのベアトリーチェという人物に以前会ったことはある？
So this conversation is more tense than last time.
わかりません。
That was slightly odd way to say it. It didn't quite sound as if she was saying her memory was hazy.
私たち使用人にとってベアトリーチェ様はお屋敷のもう一人の主です。親方様に感化されてそうだと吹聴している。私がここへ勤め始めた時からベアトリーチェ様の話はすでに囁かれておりました。
Yes. It's
前に
been
聞いた
here
よ。
forever.
敬わないと呪われたりして、実際に事故に遭った使用人もいるんでしょ？
ええ。ただ信じる信じないに個人差があったのは確かです。
It's okay, you can say Kinzo.
私はそういうものには敬いを忘れないのが信条ですので、存在を疑ったことはありません。黄金の魔女というその不確かな存在がきっといるとおぼろげに信じていました。
それで実際にその不確かな存在の魔女が姿を現して堂々と玄関からやってきたということなのかな？
わかりません。私には何も。
But you do know.
シャノンは夕食を運んだ時に何か話はした？
Yes.
いえ、何も。
そっか。しかしご飯を食べる魔女というんじゃなんだかリアリティがないね。やっぱりこの島の魔女伝説を知る何者かがベアトリーチェの名を語っているだけなんだろうね。
I mean,
シャノンちゃんはベアトリーチェを多分お屋敷の守り神みたいに思って敬ってきた気持ちがあると思うんだよ。だからそれを名乗る人物が現れたので少し動揺しちゃったんじゃないかな。
そうですね。きっとそうなんじゃないかと思います。
George was slightly at a loss at what to do about Shadow's downcast appearance. Maybe not just Genji, but even though the young servants had been ruthlessly questioned as to whether they knew anything about this Beatrice person, thinking that, he tried to cheer her up somehow. Surely, just like Mari and Jessica, Shannon was unable to fully hide the agitation caused by the sudden visit of this person calling herself the Golden Witch. He'd been so sure that was the case, but George probably had no way of looking into Shannon's heart. Shannon was bitter and sad. The door to the Golden Land would be opened. The witch had definitely told her that. That meant the demise of everything, even if she accepted the ring from George. They would never be married now. No, in the first place, did furniture like her even have the right to be married? Even if the witch hadn't come to signal her demise, their demise, wasn't their relation fated to fail sooner or later? Had she turned her gaze to focus solely on those fun days spent with George while purposefully closing her eyes to the sad reality? It could be.
ど
But
うしたんだい？さっきから本当に元気がない。
ジョージさん、婚約って。 何でしょうか。
Oh!
She
sniped him?
結婚の約束をするという意味だよ。でも、僕はその意味において、結婚と同じものだと考えてる。本当なら、僕は今すぐにでも、君をめとって家へ連れ帰りたい。でも僕は今、修行中の身で、まだまだ自らの城を築き上げる力量がない。だからこそ、一人前になって初めて、胸を張って君を連れ帰りたいんだ。それは、遠い未来の話じゃない。ほんの3年ほどを待ってほしいというだけの話なんだ。
3 years?
でも僕は、だからといって3年間、自分の気持ちを偽っていたくない。だから、婚約指輪を贈ろうと決めたんだ。それは、男として情けない理由かもしれない。妻と仕事を両立できないから待ってほしいなんて理由での婚約なんて、情けないものかもしれない。
Yes, money, I guess.
でも僕は決して君を。
ありがとうございます。
Oh god, I'm scared. What is she gonna
ジョージ
say?
さんにとって婚約指輪が恋人に贈るプレゼントの一つではないということが分かりました。
当然だよ。婚約指輪はただのアクセサリーじゃない。尊い約束を指輪の形で残す恋人たちの宣誓なんだ。
だとすると、すぐにも結婚するなら不要なものということになりますよね。
Yes.
その時は婚約指輪じゃない。結婚指輪として渡すよ。どちらにせよ、君に指輪を贈ることに変わりはないのさ。
この女は俺のものだから誰も手を出すなよっていう
A soul sign.
ものですね。
Well, I guess.
いや、そんな意味じゃ。
George knew that he was weak by nature. When he'd been captivated by Shannon and had sworn to become an excellent man, he had also sworn to throw away that weak part of himself. So even if he had to be blunt about it, he chose to answer a little roughly. He was sure that doing so would bolster and reassure Shannon. Is it time? Is it time? Oh shit.
いや、その通りかもしれない。さよ、君を僕の妻にする。他の誰にもやらない。僕だけのものにする。だから、誰も手を出すな。そういう指輪だよ。間違いない。
Damn.
ありがとうございます。ジョージさん、本当に嬉しいです。
What? I'm scared what she's gonna say. Then, George-san, if it was decided by fate that this engagement ring, that this promise could never be fulfilled, would you still give it to me? Shannon tried to ask that, but she swallowed her words. Because George had already spoken the answer. George had said it. He had said it to him, an engagement ring was infinitely similar to a wedding ring. Get a room, you two! Therefore, accepting George's ring had a significance far more sacred than a promise to marry.
だから、僕はあえてこれを婚約指輪と呼ぶのをやめにする。今からこれは婚約じゃない。結婚指輪だ。
Oh shit!
いいのでしょうか。神様の祝福もなく、私たちが結ばれたことを、勝手に宣言してもいいのでしょうか。
Can we?
神様も父さんも母さんもすべて事後報告で十分さ。
He's gonna walk up to Eva while she's still fucking pissed. Like, Shannon is my wife now.
僕たちが二人は結ばれたと一方的に宣言する。それは誰にも覆せない。
ジョージさん。
There's a thing called divorce, George.
僕は一時の感情で言ってるんじゃない。今だけの君を見て言ってるんじゃない。明日の君も、明後日の君も。それこそ未来の老後の君すらも見据えて言っている。
いつもジョージさんが話していることですよね。元気な子供や孫たちに囲まれて、ゆっくりとした老後を過ごしたいって。
Oh, snap.
その時、僕の隣には年老いた君がいる。 それを僕はいや、予言するよ。うん。必ずその日は訪れるから。
必ず
It will surely come with a little bit of murder.
訪れますか？信じてもいいですか？
Oh, the way she sounds so soft.
絶対。それを言葉でない形で証明するのがこの指輪なんだよ。
I'm scared of her saying no after all this.
見せてください。
え、あ、あ、あ、
Show what?
これさ。
He's about to fall apart like George, thinking he was being told to show her the ring, hurriedly took out the ring box. Even though he had practiced so much, he hadn't been able to do it cool. What a doofus. She's so cute! Aww! But Shannon was looking at that. In her straight and direct gaze were vague tears and a smile. She focused her eyes on George's eyes. No, on something she could see beyond his eyes. The sea?
その未来を見せてください。
ああ、見せるよ。必ず約束する。老後までじゃない。死んだ後も僕らは魂になってもずっとずっと一緒にいる。
Oh, that's so sweet. Shannon wiped away her tears and took the ring box. Inside was a diamond ring worthy of blessing the two of them. George said the line that he'd practiced over and over again inside his head.
その指輪を好きな指にはめてそれを返事にしてほしいんだ。つまり明日の朝までに。
Oh? She put it on! She did the thing! Shannon smiled, took the ring, and with a completely natural movement, put it on the ring finger of her left hand. It really had looked like such a natural, ordinary movement, and for a while, George was stunned. She did the thing!
これが私のお返事です、ジョージさん。
Aww, that's sweet.
いや、さよ。
魂になってもずっと一緒です、ジョージさん。
That sounds really sweet. There was no blessing from God, no pastor to witness, nothing. But the two who were married proclaimed it. Two souls were joined here today. If Shannon dies first again, I'll be sad. Same. I will also be sad. This is sad. She knows she's going to die soon. Yeah, I think she knows. Oh god, I'm not sure if I can see. What? She wants to be happy, let her.
そうかな。
家具のくせに家具のくせに。
私、家具じゃないよ、も
う。嘘だ。どうして自分を騙すんだよ。人間になんか絶対になれないって知ってるくせに。黄金鏡へ行かなきゃ人間になれないって知ってるくせに。なのにどうして黄金鏡へ生きる約束を自分で保護に。
Well, she wanted to be happy.
そっか、指輪を受け取ったらベアトリーチェ様との約束がなかったことになっちゃうんだったね。ごめんね。
あとは僕も姉さんもジョージ様も親方様もみんな条件は同じだ。13人が生贄にされる。5人しか黄金鏡に招かれない。その一石を自分で蹴るなんて。
Probably because she doesn't need it anymore.
未練があるのはカノン君の方みたいだね。
Oh shit!
未練があるのは姉さんの方じゃないか。
No, she's happy.
婚約しちゃったんだろう。果たせない運命なのを知りながら。
ずっと永遠に一緒だよって約束した。だからね、その瞬間に私たちの永遠は完成したの。たとえ私たちが生贄になってしまうとしても、もう完成してるの。 だからいいの。
It's okay for her to die, is what she's saying.
むしろカノン君の方。私たちは家具なんでしょ。私たちはどういう結果になろうとも解放される。なら黄金鏡に行けるか行けないかなんてどうでもいいことじゃない。なのにカノン君は黄金鏡へ行くことに固執してる。どうしても人間になりたいんでしょ。どうして？
Well?
人間になりたいからだよ。家具はもう嫌だ。
どうして？
僕も恋がしたかったんだ。
Oh snap, he said it! Tears were coming from Kanon's eyes, and he howled.
お嬢様のことが好きだった。
Oh my god!
そしてあの日のお嬢様の姿を見て、もっと好きになった。
I can't handle two romances at once!
そしてお嬢様も僕のことが好きだと分かって。
No! Help! I shipped them too!
僕は核でお嬢様の気持ちを受け止めることはできなくて。
Oh shit!
それが勘違いだった。
The combination of edgelord and happier girl is a combination I'm very weak for.
私たちは家具かもしれない。人間以下かもしれない。でも恋をする資格がないわけじゃなかった。
添い遂げられぬ思いならない方がマシだって思った。いつか自分も消え去る日が来て、それがきっとお嬢様を傷つけるなんて勝手に決めつけて。違うんだ。
In this episode, IKEA Furniture falls in love.
怯えていただけなんだ。僕は永遠になれない恋ならしない方がマシだって怯えてただけなんだ。
Welp.
セミは生涯のうち数週間にも満たないわずかな期間で恋をして消えていくんだって。
To be honest, I prefer Jessica X Canon than George X Shannon. That's understandable. But George and Shannon, I think they're cute, but I kind of can't get the thought out of my head that the power dynamic is a little bit too large between the two. I think they're still sweet though, as they are presented. While Jessica and Kanon are kind of like a ship trope that I'm specifically weak for.
数週間で終わる恋だからと恋をしないセミはいないんじゃないかな。
My IKEA furniture can be this cute. He's in pain! I can't handle! It seemed that Kanon was still muttering his regrets, but by now it was all jumbled up with his sob.
あの魔女が憎い。僕にどうしてこんな気持ちを植え付けて。
But you did that to yourself!
あいつさえ妙ないたずらをしなければ僕はお嬢様のことなんか気にならなかったのに。
I got it reincarnated as a furniture and fell in love with a human. I shouldn't be laughing. Kanon is in pain!
ベアトリーチェ様はひどいね。
But these titles are great. I love them.
カノン君にそうやって悔し泣きをさせるために運命をいたずらした。でも魔女の思惑は多分だって。
After all, and then she dies. No, please don't. Knowing love isn't a regret that ties you to life. It is a destination we're supposed to reach in our journey through life. That's a very nice way to see it.
というわけだカノン。
Oh shit! She's here! And in her full garment!
せっかくの約束はこれで遂法だな。さてさて、これにてすべての駒の条件は同じよ。駒は18。生き残る5人は誰か。
Who will be the 5 survivors be?
それとも誰かがこの儀式を打ち壊してみせるか。
Cadê outra roupa que ela estava? I think she just got prepared for murder.
誰がどうやってこれはチェスプロブレムではない対等なゲームだ
I hope Gona gets to be one of the 5 survivors.
わらわだけが一方的に詰めるわけではない
I hope Kumasawa survives.
そなたはわらわの爪から懸命に逃れ続け引き分け無効試合に持ち込むことができるまあせいぜいそなたにできるのはそれを延々と繰り返すのが関の山よそしておそらくそれはそなたにとってそう難しいことではあるまいしかしそなたは永遠に続く無効試合にやがて精神をすり減らしその時にこそ敗北を受け入れわらわに屈服することになるであろう対等なゲームと言った理由それはわらわにも敗北の条件を設けてあることだ
Oh, that would
負け
be...
のないゲームほど退屈なものはないのでなわらわを任す方法それはわらわの肖像画に捧げられたあの碑文
The epitaph that stands as an offering to my portrait. So solve the epitaph and you will survive.
黄金鏡の扉の開き方にして同時に儀式を打ち破る鍵でもあるわらわは碑文に従い儀式を完遂するそなたは碑文の謎を解き儀式を打ち破りわらわを滅ぼす碑文に隠された謎を解きわらわが金蔵に値し莫大なる黄金のありかを暴いてみせよ
I wonder...
こたびのゲームはどういう結末を見せるのやら
Is the game gonna start?
検討を期待するぞ
はい
わらわを楽しませてみせろよ後ろ宮バトラー
I just wish Maria would not die. Same, I hope she doesn't die. And is the fight gonna begin? Ooh, this is a church. Natsu is so tired she went to church like, please God, free me.
私と夏日は認める
信じられないし信じたくないけれどそれが現実なのね
夏日
Incoming tomato scenes. I'm...
言葉を少し選びなさい彼女は当家の最高の賓客なのだ
わしらも認めるグーの根も出えへん
へえ認めるわ
Everybody is in church like, please God.
まさか本当に素直にあなたに尊敬の念を覚えるわ
None of them appear happy.
すごいわ純粋に尊敬する
Insert Yu-Gi-Oh music.
認めず
俺も認めるぜ未だに信じられねえ
Yes, indeed, Beatrice has sexy legs, and I also agree. I acknowledge
どう
it.
しようね悪魔を証明しちまったあんたの勝ちだ
Ooh, she's here!
悪魔の証明はそなたが好む証明不能への便利な言い訳だったがあだになったようだな
Yes, this outfit
い
is
じめ
great.
るなよ魔女様俺はもうあんたを認めてるぜ降参だ
Kiri is there like, yeah, well.
キリエまだ異論があるか
Yes.
わらわは全員一致しか好まぬお前一人がわらわの存在を認めぬならば
As the witch laughed boldly, the siblings started getting frantic. They were afraid of displeasing the witch. Kiria lightly closed her eyes and after keeping silent for a while, opened her mouth.
ごめんなさい降参よ
I resign! Only Kiria had faced the witch with stern eyes until the end. However, this had only resulted in her refusing to accept the truth for a short time. The truth, the being that was before her eyes, couldn't be denied. Devils had already been proven.
私も認めるわあなたはベアトリーチェ 後ろ宮家の古文錬金術師、そして偉大なる魔法の使い手、魔女であることを認めざるを得ない。
Everybody is acknowledging it. Oh shit. Well, Battler, what you gonna do now? You're stuck? Alright, so who's gonna die in the first Twilight? Alright, it's time. It's time, chat. Someone's gonna die tonight. Who's it gonna be? Alright, we have the Nazi and Kraus, Hideyoshi and Eva, Rudolph, Kyrie, Rosa, who is the only one alone, Kanon, yes, Goda, and he's gone. And there's Genji. Maria, who's floating over the bed. Jessica. Okay, so this time they are actually going over everybody. George and Battler. Kinzo, who's like, just take me. Beatrice. And we have... Oh wait! They didn't show Shannon this time. Where is my girl? They didn't show Kumasawa either. Oh shit, oh fuck. Oh no, I'm scared. They didn't show Shannon or Kumasawa. They didn't show Nanjo either. Well shit. I guess that's 3. The second day, October 5th, 1986. They all dead. Except, I guess, Shannon, Kumasawa, and Nanjo. They're all going to the Golden Land, I guess. What is that sound that always fills my ears? Is it the sound of the rain, the sound of the waterfall, or could it be a radio static? If not, I want it to be the sound of blood flowing through my body. I want it to be the sound of the blood circulating throughout me, telling me that I am still alive. Is it Kinzo that's the lift? The light entering through a crack in the curtain was faint, but it at least told him that the dawn had broken. Kinzo, still in the position he'd been when he woke up, still sitting in a chair and looking up at the ceiling, felt the blood slowly travel through his body. Judging by the clock, it was early morning, 6 on the dot. No matter how tired he was, no matter how deeply he slept, always woke up at exactly this time, as though he had measured it with an hourglass. He didn't think of this as something to boast about, but he told himself that as long as he could still manage this, his health couldn't be that bad. The first Twilight? Well, for now. God knows. Kinzo was struck by a faint desire to see beyond the study door. After all, he might find traces of someone's vain struggle to break through the door. A sign that someone had tried to select him as one of the first 6 sacrifices. So, you too?
幸運を得られた時にはそれが単なる幸運ではなく己の技量によるものだったとうぬぼれたくもなる。
That was why he wanted to check whether there was a wretched mark on the door. The very desire was human. And that was why Kinzo did not check. He often rejected desires that came to him because he was human. By doing that, he could be immersed in a feeling of sufficiency as though he himself had become a being that surpassed humans. I mean, he recognized human desires for what they were and guarded against them. Things that human would want to do, he resisted. This eccentricity and rebellious nature had truly given him a rare genius, making it possible for him to succeed in his exploits as he revived the Oshinomiya family in a single generation.
さて、ベアトリーチェ、お前が取った6つの駒は何なのか。そして次なる手はどう来るのか。
He's entertained.
楽しませてもらうぞ。私の守りは完璧だ。前回のような無様はさらさぬぞ。
All right, tell me who it was. The servants woke early. They had to open the curtains, prepare breakfast, and complete various other tasks to welcome the guests to a new day. So Goda is not dead. Goda was the most enthusiastic. During the family conference, he had been told to concentrate his efforts especially on cooking. And he's been especially exempted from several tasks that servants normally must do. Goda died like the first night in the episode 1, right? Goda was a show-off, seemed to be feeling particularly superior because of that. He let Genji and the rest prepare the rest of the mansion, and worked on making breakfast in the kitchen. Genji and the rest, like whom? Please tell me Kumasawa is there. Genji split the work with Shannon and Kanon. Okay, they are still alive, and they carried out various tasks. Shannon headed to the dining hall and knocked. Last year, the family conference had continued into the early hours of the morning. It wouldn't have been odd if this year's conference had done the same. Considering the possibility that they were still having a discussion inside, she knocked. But there was no response, so she opened the door and said good morning. Well, shit, I don't think this is a good thing. And the room was cold and the conference seemed to have ended a long time before. There was a tea set on the table which they had probably been drinking, arranged in a way that would make it easy to clean up. Cleaning up the tea was a servant's job. If the family members were extra generous in cleaning up themselves, the servants would lose face. So it was truly a present act of kindness for the family to do only this much. As she approached the table to clean it, she noticed something like a memo that had been left near the utensils and cups. Since it was right next to the tea set, Shannon picked it up, naturally thinking it was a memo for the servants doing the cleaning. Written there was not a request, nor was it thanks for preparing the tea. There was just a single word. Shannon looked at it blankly and read it out loud. Oh shit! Go to church! They're probably all there. How many people did we have in the church? So we had Kraus Natsi, Eva Hideyoshi. That's 4. Rudolph and Kirie. And Rosa. That's 7. One of them is alive, I guess. A small sound kept repeating over and over. Normally that sound would have been too trivial to be worth caring about. If only I could stop hearing it soon, I could go back to sleep right away, she thought vaguely. But no matter how much time passed, the sound did not end. It repeated over and over. Ah, shut up. Who is it? Banging on the door this whole time. As soon as she realized that, she woke up. Someone was knocking. Then she noticed that it wasn't just a knock, but a voice as well.
Rosa-sama. Rosa-sama.
Oh, it's Rosa.
Ohayou gozaimasu.
Alright, Rosa is not dead. I think she's not dead because she got the envelope from Beatrice. She has to open it at some point. It had been Genji's voice. Looking at the clock, it wasn't even 7 yet. It was clearly too early to wake the guests. Did something happen that was bad enough to cause this? She felt her sleepiness increasingly fade thanks to this premonition of misfortune. Welp, murder. Though Genji was a servant, Rosa had known him since her childhood days, so even though she was slightly defenseless in her pajamas, she opened the door a crack and answered.
Ohayou gozaimasu. Soujou kara moushwake gozaimasen.
This looks ominous.
何かあったの？
Yes. Murder.
はい。実は、礼拝堂に。
Genji whispered something into Rosa's ear. For a second, it seemed Rosa couldn't understand what she'd been told. After having it repeated several times, she realized that apparently something strange had happened. Rosa closed the door for a second, changed her clothes quickly, and followed Genji towards the mansion. The chapel requires some explanation. It wasn't in the mansion, but in a grove behind it, a short walk's distance away. It had been built at the same time as the mansion, so though its walls had been repaired many times, making it look new from the outside, it was a very old building. Rosa dashed through the rain along with Genji. Just like the previous night, the rain was falling in earnest. Oh shit, oh fuck, we have dead people. All of the adults are dead, I guess, except Rosa and the servants. Getting me my tea. How strange. If all the brothers really died in the church, how could only Rosa come out alive? Either Beatrice killed them all or Rosa killed them all. Who knows? Eventually, the chapel came into sight beyond the thin grove. Just looking at it from outside, it seemed a place of dazzling beauty, where a pair of young lovers might want to get married. However, Kinzo apparently viewed it as a very sacred place, and her siblings had been given strict instructions not to approach it unnecessarily. Even though they were all grown up now, approaching the chapel for any reason would still make them feel guilty. And also afraid, as if their father might get angry and hit them in the face. The servant silhouettes could be seen in front of the chapel's entrance. Gora, Shannon, and Kanon, which meant that all of the servants on the morning shift had gathered. A short while ago, Genji had spoken to Rosa, telling her what the situation was. However, without laying eyes on it directly, she definitely hadn't been able to understand. It was probably the same for all the servants gathered here as well. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to understand what was going on. Welp, on the door at the entrance of the chapel was something very large, drawn with a creepy, stinky paint that made one think of blood. We have dead people today. Something like a creepy magic circle. If Natsu is dead, I'm gonna be kind of upset. It's a sign of murder, milady. The servants looked at each other. Koda was the first to open his mouth.
申し訳ございません。普段はここへは立ち入りませんもので、いつ書かれたのかはわかりません。
I would say last night.
最初に見つけたのは誰？はい、
私です。
Because of the chapel note, I guess.
食堂へお茶の道具の片付けに行きましたら、礼拝堂と書かれたメモがあったもので。
Shannon held out the memo with a shaking hand.
誰の字？兄さんや姉さんの字ではないわね。それで、あなたはここへ来てこれを見つけたのね。
はい。
ローザ様、これを。
Oh shit.
何？ハッピーハロウィン。
Kanon pointed at a single line of English written below the creepy magic circle. Until it had been pointed out to her, she thought it was just another part of her magic circle. There, the following words were written in English. Happy Halloween for Maria. Holy shit! Happy Halloween for Maria. This creepy magic circle was for Maria. Happy Halloween. Yesterday, only one person had said Happy Halloween to Maria. The key phrase matched. It was the Golden Witch, Beatrice. Oh shit! Oh fuck! Happy Halloween for Maria! With some murder!
Maria は？あの子、いとこたちと一緒に寝てるはずよね。確認した？
申し訳ございません。マリア様のお名前が書かれていたことには今気づきましたもの。
Well, go check right now.
確認しておりません。至急。
何やってんのよ。私はマリアの様子を見てきます。それからクラウス兄さんたちにも知らせて、以後の対応の指示を受けて。
After saying that much, Rosa finally noticed that something was odd. Her own rank in this family conference was the lowest of the 4 siblings. Why had she been the only one called during an abnormal situation like this when the other siblings hadn't been? Even if Maria's name had popped up.
はい、旦那様にご連絡申し上げようとしたのですが、
All the adults are
お姿が
dead.
見当たらず。
奥様もお部屋におられません。シーツの様子からすると、昨夜はベッドに戻られていないのかもしれません。
Rosa felt something creepy crawling slowly up her back.
礼拝堂の中。
いえ、まだです。
Check the chapel.
実は礼拝堂の鍵は特別で、マスターキーに対応しておりません。一本だけある鍵でしか開けられないのですが、
And who has it?
その鍵がキーボックスから紛失しているのです。
She didn't want to get closer to the door with the creepy magic circle if she could. Rosa readied herself and approached, then tried pushing and pulling the knob. And she felt all she felt was the resistance of the sturdy lock.
入れる窓などがないか探してはみたのですが、
There
もし
is
中を
one.
確認するのでしたら、窓を破らなければならないかと思います。
Then do it.
いかがいたしましょう。
そんな許可私に出せるわけがないわ。お父様の大切な礼拝堂なのよ。
That time, the events of the previous days swirled around in the back of Rosa's mind. That's right. When I met that witch in the rose garden, didn't she hand Maria an envelope? Yeah, there's no mistake. She did hand it over. When Maria tried to open it, the witch told her not to do it yet, and then she surely said, "The time to open that will come soon." Rosa was sure. There could be no mistake. The envelope Maria had received was the key, I guess? And we go back. After dashing back to the guest house, Rosa approached the cousin's room while hiding her footsteps, softly opened the door and peered inside. From the inside, she could hear the healthy snores typically of young people. There were 4 children, and Maria was there, sleeping soundly. Oh, Maria's not dead, thank fuck. After breathing a sigh of relief, she entered the room with quiet footsteps. She was after Maria's handbag, which was resting on the sofa. Maria always liked carrying her treasures around with her. She was probably emulating how her mother always carried her makeup with her. Of course, she was just imitating her mother, so everything on the inside was junk. How dare you! In Maria's case, it was full of small, creepy, occult items, notebooks describing things of that nature, and so on. Rosa had never been happy to see her daughter walking around with things like that, which weren't girlish at all. Let her! However, trying to force Maria to stop had resulted in a big fight, so she decided to let it be. Okay. A western envelope with the crest of the gold eagle. When she took it out of the bag, she realized there was a heavy, vaguely cylindrical object inside. She could tell by its feel and its weight. There was no doubt. This was a key. Then how was the door locked? After turning around and checking that Maria was still sound asleep, Rosa tore open the envelope and the contents spilled out into her palm. And we have a key. It was a key with an old and intricate design. Rosa gripped that key and dashed out. Battler seemed to have noticed that sound, but after grumbling and turning over in his sleep, he started snoring again. Wake up, Battler! You have to make your move!
Genji-san, この鍵、ひょっとして礼拝堂の鍵ということは。
これをどこで？はい。これが礼拝堂の鍵です。
What? Rosa approached the creepy magic circle once again and put the key in the keyhole. There was a strong resistance. After it resisted for a short while, it stopped resisting with a clunk. Then, squeaking with a noise that hurts one's ear, it slowly began to open. Alright, guys. I'm scared. Kumasawa was not there. I don't like this. Her voice reverberated throughout the massive room. Of course, there was no answer. The chapel had a high ceiling and the air was cold. And even on this rainy, unsettling day, it felt sacred for some reason. The servants timidly followed after Rosa.
Rosa-sama,
Kanon noticed it immediately and pointed. Over there was the altar. In the place that would normally have a pastor preaching of God's love, there was a table that shouldn't have been there. At first, it looked like a dining table. There actually were gorgeous plates and utensils placed there, making it look like a child's birthday party or something. Candy. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding area had been decorated with pumpkins and black and orange ribbons. Masala is a heavy sleeper. She's still slacking off in her room. I hope so! There were probably Halloween decorations. And there were people seated at the table. 3 people on each side facing each other, seated in chairs. They could be recognized at a glance. Kraus and his wife, Eva and her husband, and Rudolf and his wife. But if you wanted to be sure, you'd still have to go even closer and check. Uh-oh, because they seemed to all almost like dolls. Rosa and the rest had opened the door, entered all at once with the sound of many footsteps, and called out, asking if anyone was there. And yet there had been no reaction. Even if Rosa and the rest assumed they were being ignored, you'd still expect there to be some kind of reaction. And there hadn't even been that. So at first it felt like someone had set down some dolls that greatly resembled those people. By now it wasn't just Rosa. Shannon and Kanon, and even Goda. They were all fighting frantically with a creepy emotion that grasped at their hearts. As she walked towards the altar, she called out again, but there was still no reaction. Yes, by now Rosa was sure of it. She was sure these weren't dolls, but the people themselves. They grew close enough to see clearly what lay on the table. Still looked like an adorable banquet reminiscent of a child's birthday party. Plates piled up with sweets, cute pitchers with drinks, all kinds of pumpkin-shaped ornaments. They were all decorated in a Halloween style, and while this probably wasn't the time to be thinking it, Maria would surely have been delighted to see all this. That was the state of the table they sat in front of, apparently asleep. It was an eerie scene, as though a small, fun-looking Halloween party had been stopped in time. Oh boy! When she approached even closer to them, she realized that there were snacks scattered all over the floor. Candies, cookies, soda, and chocolates, all with heavily fantasy-themed packaging. They were all scattered across a carpet covered with a blackberry and cranberry jam. Well, shit! Welp, we have dead people! Rosa and the rest finally realized what the situation was. It was a Halloween party. A banquet for those not of this world. Kraus, Natsi, Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolf, and Kiria were seated in chairs, apparently asleep, but all dead. Shit! This music is tense! How could you tell that they were dead and not simply sleeping? That was because they'd been vertically sliced open from their chest to their stomachs. Well, shit! Oh no! I also thought they were going to play Golden Soldier, but they are in church, so it fits. Oh no, Nazi killed like this. That's sad. The 6 of them had sat down at Halloween party before having their stomachs split open, killing them. Then the jam covering the floor must be what overflowed from their stomachs once they've been stuffed themselves completely, right? No! The contents of their stomach had been scattered all over the floor. Ugh! And that wasn't all. Out of their stomachs, it was almost as though they poured out, as though snacks had overflowed from there. Holy shit! Candies and cookies, soda and chocolates had poured out, stained with blood, and had scattered all over the floor. What could have happened to cause this? It's almost as though their stomachs were stuffed full of bursting with sweets. Oh no! And it all poured out when their stomachs split open. Well, shit. Rosa remembered a certain shocking meal, a turkey that had been served at her own birthday party. When it had been cut open with a knife, out flowed one of her favorite foods. But since she hadn't been told what was inside, the deep red ketchup omelette rice poured out like bloody maggots. pulsing, dripping, slimy, pulpy, squelching. Ew. She threw up. So she threw up and then screamed. Ay, 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 Rosa. The trauma of her youth was revived. Rosa felt a monster raging inside her stomach as the acid started to rise. Unable to hold back, she threw it all up on the floor. Oh, jeez, that's rough. Her empty stomach had nothing but stomach acid. The scene in front of her was no fun Halloween party now. The three couples were enshrined right there, their stomachs vertically wrenched open. Wrenched open with a grrrr. So many snacks had been stuffed in there. Pulpy, squishy. Blood and guts and sweets were overflowing onto the floor. Bloodstained. Sticky, 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 sloppy. Pulpy, sweet snacks that made your fingers stick together. Jeez, the background sound is creepy. Gummy, gummy, stained with entrails, sloppy, pulpy. What was that I stepped on just now? That didn't feel like candy or a cookie or soda or a chocolate. I'm scared. What did I step on? I can't even look at the bottom of my foot. Owie! Yeah! What a gruesome Halloween party. Do you think Ryukichi was laughing while writing the scene? Maybe he was. From far away, it had looked truly beautiful, fantastical and fun. But from up close, it was horrible, disgusting, and yet somehow still beautiful. She's not okay. None of us are okay. Rosa's wild thoughts tried as best they could to escape her throat with a loud voice that was neither a scream nor a roar. Oh no! An ambulance in this weather! Oh, she's not okay. If a word so tied to reality hadn't come out of Koda's mouth, Rosa and the rest would probably have found themselves unable to escape that nightmarish party even now. But it wasn't because they thought the police might be able to do something. If they didn't keep yelling about the police, it felt as though another seat might be set up at this demon's party and given to them. Their own chests felt like they were expanding unpleasantly from the inside, rumbling, churning, and it was surely because candy was about to overflow from their stomachs. Rosa, once again tortured by a desire to vomit, threw her stomach acid up on the floor, and then she searched to see if there was any candy in it. Oh shit, Rosa is not okay. I mean, none of them are okay. Neither am I! Rosa coughed violently again, forcefully spitting out the stomach acid that had been burning in her throat. She realized that by now her whole body had been covered in a filthy sweat. Why even bring Dr. Nanjo here? It's a bit too late for medical care. The servants accepted their orders and dashed outside. After watching them leave, Rosa once again stared at her siblings, with whom she'd spent good times and bad, and their parents. Though there could be nothing more tragic than the scene, for some reason she was tempted to describe these fantastical deaths as beautiful. Maybe because you're finally rid of them. Rosa is indeed not okay, but I don't think anyone would be okay after that. They are dead.
使用人室も厨房も空っぽだぜ。一体どうしちまったってんだ。
Murder happened. You know who's also not okay? Mario isn't okay.
弱ったね。バトラ君、本当にローザおばさんだったのかい？
まあ、俺も寝ぼけてたから自信はねえんだが、明け方にローザおばさんが入ってきて、マリアの手提げカバンを漁ってるような気がしたんだよ。俺はてっきりマリアの手提げに歯磨きのチューブでも入ってるんじゃないかなんて思って寝ぼけてて。
なんで歯磨きのチューブがマリアの手提げに入ってるんだよ。
I don't know.
寝ぼけて夢でも見たに決まってんぜ。
Batter vaguely remembered Rosa entering the cousin's room. Also, when Maria woke up before the rest of them, she started rampaging around, saying that someone had opened the envelope she'd been keeping safe. Putting two and two together, they figured that Rosa had probably come and opened the envelope.
黄金の魔女様の封筒か。中に何が入ってたんだろ
う。わからないね。でも、あの封筒はおじい様が新書に使う後ろ宮家の家紋の入ったものだった。親族会議と無関係なものが入っていたとは考えがたいね。
She hadn't let anyone touch it, but yesterday Maria had shown that envelope off to Battler and the rest of a whole lot. So they remembered it well. Welp. That sucks.
ジョージの兄貴の言う通りなら相当重要なものらしいが、しかしそんな大事なものをどうして魔女様はマリアに渡したんだろうな。
Because she trusts Maria, I guess.
さっぱりだぜ。
Every once in a while, the refreshing morning atmosphere was completely wiped out by the sound of thunder. It was only natural. Since the moment they'd woken up, they hadn't met anyone else. I felt like only they were left, as if the mansion had become an empty husk. Jessica called out into the hallway, and eventually an answer came from the entrance hall. Okay, Nanjo lives.
南條先生だ。よかった。この島から僕たち以外が消えてしまったわけではないようだよ。
南條先生、おはようございます。すみませんが、うちの親たちとかどこに行ったか知りませんか？
They went to church and died.
はて、私も今起きてこちらに来たばかりですからな。わかりかねますが、さて。
It was only natural. Nanja was a guest just like the rest of them. He'd come just now to pass the time in the parlor and breakfast. Maria buried her face in Nanja's plump stomach, sobbing and crying. Aww. Nanja could do nothing but be bewildered by this ruckus so early in the morning. Just comfort the little girl. From down the hallway, they could sense people running hurriedly. They saw Goda and Kanon coming towards them. Normally, it would be disgraceful for a servant to run inside the mansion, and yet Battler and the rest didn't even think to question that now. Maria's sobbing had become so unmanageable they wanted to ask anyone where Rosa was. But the two servants seemed to have bigger things on their minds than Jessica, who was waving at them. Goda flew into the servant room, and when Kanon noticed that Nanja was there, he bowed and approached the doctor at a quick pace before whispering something in his ear.
何ですって？ローザさんが。
はい、ご案内いたしますので、どうかご同行お願いいたします。
わかりました。
こちらへ。
Without saying anything more than that, Kanon finally noticed Jessica and bowed to her, but he wasn't calm. Uh-oh. He dashed back to the corridor by which he had come, followed by Nanjo. By looking at how hurried they were, Battler and the rest realized that yes, something bad really had happened. They saw Goda through the door to the servant room, which had been flung open. He was holding the receiver and violently pressing the hook. From that, they realized that he was trying to call a hospital or the police. In any event, he was trying to call someone because a serious emergency had occurred.
行ってみようぜ。
うん。
They didn't know what, but something was happening. Battle and the rest chased after Kanon and Nanjo. And then we realized Kanon had called Dr. Nanjo, but he hadn't called us. So he shouldn't have gone with them. And yet he did anyway. I wonder if Alice regretted her excess curiosity when she chased after that rabbit holding a clock. Maybe now we're gonna get Golden Slaughterer?
入ってダメ見ちゃダメジェシカちゃんダメ
Oops. And in she goes. Now we're getting the disco song. Uh-oh.
母さん父さん何があったの
Well, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, is it just me or did I just see the blood now?
命を奪うならそれで十分事足りただろうがよ。なんだよこりゃ。
Welp.
わざわざ殺した後に椅子に座らせて腹裂いて菓子をわざわざ中に詰め込んだってのかよ。なんだってそんな悪趣味なことをしやがるんだよ。チキショウやってくれやがるぜ。最高だよ最高だよ。
Batter, I'm dancing to the beat, you see?
皆さんは外へ出られた方がいい。こんな姿を皆さんに見せたいなどと彼らが思うわけがありません。
Nanjo told the children to go outside, but no one listened.
ローザさん、皆さんに言ってください。
Welp. Rosa regretted her own carelessness. She should have realized that the children would eventually come here. Should have quickly locked up instead of standing around stunned. So the children had come here. They had seen it. Surely at this very moment they were having a sight burn into their eyes. That was far more grotesque than the shocking meal Rosa had witnessed in her youth. While she hugged Maria, who seemed to be too shocked to show any emotion at this gruesome scene, Rosa cried for them and their parents. The four groaning and crying voices, their sadness, continued to echo in a place that would have known God's love. Everybody cried in church. You piece of crap! Dude, it's the point of these chess games. How are you not expecting this?
やたらと凝った最高にふざけた殺し方をしやがって。
わらわはそんな嘆きより感謝の言葉が聞きたかったぞ。
感謝と言ったがこのクソババア。
Damn.
てめえ耳がいかれてやがるってんなら俺が両の耳を引き裂いてよーく聞こえるようにしてやるぜ。なんで俺がこの最高にいかれた殺し方にありがとうございますベアトリーチェ様なんて言わなければならねえんだ。殺してやる。
The fists are out.
前回のゲームでお前は自分の親の死に顔が見られないと嘆いたな。だから残したぞ。しっかり残した。よく拝んでおけ。間違いなく父親たちが殺されたことを。
Welp.
そうかよ。そいつはサービス満点だぜ。気に入った。
Oh my god. Oh my god. Battle crying simulator.
感情に任せて思考を止めるな。すでにわらわのゲームは始まっておるのだぞ。
When he cries, indeed, when Battler cries.
なぜだかわかるか。前回のゲームでそなたがわらわの存在を否定するときこう考えて否定したである。顔面が潰され遺体の身元が確認できない。だから身代わりの死体を用意してアリバイを作った可能性が否定できない。
Okay, she is pretty smart.
できない限り人間犯人説は維持できる。
なんだと。
さあバトラ、南條に剣士を任せてよいのか。ミステリーの古典では剣士の医者がグルというのが伝統なのだろう。
Often, yeah. When they cry, I laugh. Ryuki should probably, I guess. I have no mouth and I must cry.
間違いなく6人の死体が当人で、死んだふりなどでなく本当に死んでいることを十分に確認するがいい。
Oh my god, Battler is gonna touch them.
お前の父親が母親が腹を裂かれて臓物を引きずり出されて殺されていることを
Check the pulse.
腹に手を入れてその手触りで確認するがいい。
Why is her laugh so perfect? I'm gonna pass out. But you are crying. And he continues crying. Battler suddenly yelled. His tears were still dripping down, but as though scolding himself for being a sissy, he slapped his face hard several times with both hands, and thus made himself cry harder. Beatrice is so extra. She really is, and she is amazing. I love her so much, even though the tears still wouldn't stop. However, he felt a hot blaze in both his eyes.
これだけの上等を決めやがった野郎に借りはがっちり返させていただくぜ。なら泣く時じゃねえ、自分のすべきことを考えろ。ああ、ダメだぜ、全然ダメだ。涙を流す暇があったら考えろ。涙腺なんかひるませる時じゃねえ。
Rather than genuine anger, maybe it was more of an evasive anger to blot out his sadness. However, it gave a little courage to George and Jessica, who'd been crushed by the sadness.
そうだね。僕たちが泣いても起こってしまった現実は変わらない。
じゃあどうすりゃいいんだ。私は父さんと母さんのために何をすればいいんだよ。
Jessica is less okay.
ローザ様、戻りました。
With
ゴーダさん、警察はどうでしたか。
the telephone lines have been
対
cut.
応の指示はいつ頃来られそうだと言っていましたか。
それが電話が故障のようでして、
Well,
非常
shit.
用の無線機も試してはみたのですが、その天候のせいでしょうか、こちらも通じず。
Well, shit.
なんですって。じゃあ警察に連絡がつかないということなの。
No. You're stuck, milady.
あいつが電話線とかに採掘して警察に電話ができないようにしたんだ。
When she heard that the phones had broken down, Jessica immediately decided that was the work of that mysterious guest. Her eyes were bright red after so much crying, and they began to grow even redder with rage.
もう議論の余地なんかねえぜ。全てが分かってる。そうだと分かる。父さんと母さんを殺したのは誰だ。決まってるぜ、あいつだ。昨日来たとかいう魔女様に決まってる。襟首ひねり上げてやるぜ。
I'm gonna beat up the witch!
チクショーチクショーチクショー。ジェシカちゃん、お待ちなさい。ゴーダさん、カノ君、行って。
はい。お嬢様、お待ちを。
Covering her uncontrollable sadness with anger, Jessica ran outside, torn apart by emotion. Thinking about it hastily, maybe the mystery guest who'd arrived yesterday, Beatrice, was suspicious. However, in that instant, there was absolutely no proof that she was the culprit. At this moment, she's just another guest, no more no less. So Rosa, making an adult decision, was forced to stop Jessica in her rash rampage. Godan Kanon picked up on this immediately and chased after her. Okay, Rosa is not bad in handling the situation. She seems to be accessing stuff fast.
そう思い込みたい気持ちは誰でもいいから犯人ってことにして横っ面をぶっ飛ばしてやりたい気持ちがある。だがその前にはっきりと理解する必要がある。ベアトリーチェってのは 何者なんだ。俺は顔すら見てねえぜ。
Well, Mario, now is not the time.
お屋敷に大きな肖像画で飾られてたよ。あれだけ見てまだ覚えられないのかな。
なんだよマリア、こんな状況で何がおかしいよ。
ベアトリーチェは魔女なんだよ。そして黄金鏡の扉を開くための儀式がいよいよ始まったの。この6人はその生贄なんだよ。さあ始まるよ、魔女の宴が。今宵はハロウィン。魔女たちが今こそ祝い集う。
But Halloween is on the 31st. It's the 5th.
マリア、その気持ち悪い声で笑うのをやめなさいっていつも言ってるでしょ。
And slap. The crisp sound of Rosa slapping Maria's cheek echoed through the high ceiling chapel. Ever since it started raining yesterday, no, ever since the island was swallowed by the typhoon, I felt as though something was wrong. It was bright and sunny when I arrived in Rokkenjima, but since I'd gotten up early and was sleepy, I took a nap. When I woke up, it had already started raining, and ever since that time, suddenly a mysterious visitor calling herself the Golden Witch, Beatrice, arrived, and it felt like I was sinking bit by bit into a bizarre world. What the heck happened while I was napping? Am I supposed to believe this island was sealed off inside a different world where common sense doesn't apply? Who is this person called Beatrice? Is some unknown person trying to involve themselves with inheritance problems, just like our parents were freaking out about at dinner last night? Or is the culprit this witch from the Legend of the Gold, just like Maria says? Even if we set Jessica's temper aside, given the circumstances, it's probably safe to say that this visitor person is the most suspicious. But we mustn't make up our minds based on that alone. Ah, it's useless, it's all useless! I smacked my face with both hands again, cooling off my brains before they overloaded, even though it might have been a wasted effort. On a tray piled up with sweets that decorated the table, George Aniki found a Western envelope that had the Ushiromiya family crest done on it in a gold leaf. And it was unopened. Probably.
その推理は正解のようだよ。書いてある。残されし者たちへって。
To those who remain.
それは犯人が残した手紙なの。
Probably yes.
中身。
兄貴、開けようぜ。
After nodding silently, George Aniki broke the seal. A folded letter came out.
読むよ。六軒島へようこそ。後ろ宮家の皆様方。私は金蔵様にお仕えしております。当家顧問錬金術師のベアトリーチェと申します。
That letter really was a joke. This Beatrice, who called herself the family alchemist, had announced that she was collecting the gold she'd lent grandfather along with interest. And that interest was everything grandfather had created. Since this tragedy was right before our eyes as this paragraph was being around aloud, it clearly wasn't referring to just the wealth that grandfather had built up. It was literal. Everything that grandfather had created. In other words, all of grandfather's descendants were included in the interest.
なんてめちゃくちゃな契約だ。黄金の利子は命だってのかよ。そんなのまるで悪魔の契約じゃねえかよ。それで魔女気取りってわけか。
Probably.
裏わせやがるぜ。
特別条項。ただし隠された契約の黄金を暴いた者が現れた時、ベアトリーチェはこの権利をすべて永遠に放棄しなければならない。
Okay.
黄金の隠し場所については、すでに金蔵様が私の肖像画の下に碑文にて公示されております。 つまりこういうことだね。
I wonder if someone will actually manage to solve the mystery.
この殺人が利子の回収行為だというなら、それを止める条件としておじい様に与えた隠し黄金を探し出してみろと。そしてその秘密は例の肖像画の碑文に隠されているとも言ってる。
つまりこいつは魔女様の挑戦状ってわけか。黄金の隠し場所を記した暗号文を解けるものなら解いてみろと。
That's exactly what's happening.
利子の回収をこの後も着々と進めていきますと、そう言ってやがるわけか。ぶっ殺してやる上等だ。
バトラ君、これ
Oh, what did they find? The table was covered with sweets, so even though those things were right out in the open, we just assumed they were sweets too. I mean, come on, you see them a lot, right? Oh! You know those boxes of chocolate shaped like gold ingots? This was a real, is this a real one, isn't it?
こりゃお菓子の箱じゃねえぞ。本物だ。こりゃ本物の金塊だ。
Welp.
片翼のわしの紋章が刻印されてる。
Then it is Kinzo's gold.
前に母さんが話してたのを聞いた。これはおじい様の黄金伝説の金塊だよ。
Gold ingots weighing a full 10 kilograms, a whole 3 of them were piled up in every center of the table. It was where a cake would be placed if it was a birthday party. In other words, this was without a doubt the birthday cake of the party known as the family conference.
これが本当に純度49のインゴットだったなら、6000万円くらいの価値はある。
Oh shit! That's a lot of money.
安すぎる。俺たちの親が6人も殺されて、そこに積まれた黄金がたったの6000万円だと。
Yes.
バカにするんじゃねえ。
Battler is not okay.
さあ始まったね、ベアトリーチェ。どうせこの謎は誰にも解けないよ。だから絶対にベアとの勝ち。早く黄金鏡への扉を開いて、そしてマリアを連れてって。
Oh no, Ross is gonna get angry again. Or maybe not. So, what time is it now? I think I'll have time to do another dialogue before I go to bed.
お嬢様、どうか気をお沈めください。
誰が犯人かはまだわかりませんぞ。それにベアトリーチェ様、親方様の大切な賓客です。
だからなんだってんだ。本人の胸ぐらひねり上げてやれば白状するに決まってるぜ。
If only it were that simple.
目を見ればわかるんだよ。私が見破ってやる。何が魔女だ、ベアトリーチェだ。化けの皮を剥いでやる。
Jessica never stopped moving. Gold and Kanon chased after her, doing their best to convince her to stop, but Jessica never lent them an ear. Please don't die, Jessica! Eventually, the witch's VIP room came into view. This VIP room was always sealed and never used. No matter what kind of guest came, Kinzo wouldn't let them in there. And yet, the servants were always made to clean this room so that it could be used at any time. So the servants had started calling this room the witch's VIP room, and their second shapeless master. Jessica knew about this too, and she couldn't forgive the arrogance of the one who called herself a witch by staying in that room. The Golden Witch was just a fairy tale. Come on, a witch? To Jessica, she was nothing more or less than the murderer who had brutally killed her parents. Question her, hear her pitiful excuses, make her splutter in pain, gasp in anguish. No matter how hard she pretended to be a witch, I'll teach her that she's just a stinking, sweaty human. She's just a stinky human! Sorry, I call Stinky my cat. I also gave her the nickname of Stinky. As Jessica yelled with all her strength, she hit the door to the VIP room. And slam. It definitely wasn't a knock. That sound was the beating of her anger's hammer, as if she was determined to break the door down if it wasn't opened. There was no answer. Jessica grabbed the doorknob without any reservation, but she felt the resistance of the lock. She turned around to look at the two servants and spoke. Open the door! Although Goda was flustered, he still tried to somehow calm Jessica's anger. After hanging his head silently for a while, Kanon pulled the master key from his jacket pocket. Let's go! Yes.
もしおられたなら無礼になるのは承知です。それにもしベアトリーチェ様が何の関係もないというならそれを僕たちに釈明して納得させればいい。
I'm pretty sure he knows.
そうだぜ。その通りだ。カリブゼ。
Jessica snatched the master key from Kanon's hand and violently shoved it into the keyhole. Immediately there was a small sound, and she felt the lock click. Then, without asking permission, she flung the door open. Jessica rudely stepped into the room. The witch wasn't anywhere to be seen. Jessica angry! Jessica, thinking she might be hiding somewhere inside the room, peeked behind the curtains and under the bed, but she couldn't find anyone. However, there definitely were signs that the bed had been used, and though it was only a vague scene, the atmosphere in the room felt a little soft. It wasn't the hard atmosphere of a place normally devoid of people like the chapel. You could definitely tell that people had spent the night in this room, but she could not be seen. In reality, neither Jessica nor Goda had met Beatrice. They had only been told by those who had met her that she looked like a double of the character in that portrait, so they were doubtful about what her face really looked like. However, Kanon alone had met her. He understood what kind of being that witch was, what kind of personality she had, so he knew that forcing their way in here in search for her definitely wouldn't work out. She must be watching us bitterly flail about in vain from somewhere, sneering at us. She's that kind of person. Because she was looking at things that way, Kanon was the first to find it. The other two were concentrating on finding the shadow of a person, so they didn't notice. Near a water jug on the side table, there was a single sheet of letter paper. On it was a short message, and nearby was a fountain pen, which had probably been used to write it. Kanon had already come to understand the witch. After finding the corpses, they've been overcome by rage and barged in here, only to find no one. So of course the witch would mock them. You can't mock someone unless they know they're being mocked. So in other words, that's what this must be. Jessica dashed over and violently snatched a piece of paper away. She probably wasn't trying to be violent. She just couldn't control her strength right now. Just yeets Kanon like down, like BAM! As soon as she read the message, Jessica went into wild rage, crumpled the paper up and threw it. Through the window? And then she grabbed the light stand by the bedside and violently swung it around, mercilessly hitting the walls and furniture with it. The light bulbs all shattered at once, and the fragments were scattered across the room. She is angry! Oh my god, she's destroying the room. Holy shit! Jessica! That's a lot of IKEA furniture destroying. This was written on the paper.
私がぬくぬくとここであなたが飛び込んでくるのを待ちぼうけるとでも
I mean, true.
素敵な夜に粗暴なるあなたは似合わない
Wow.
こんな間抜けに育てた親はどんな顔
Oh shit.
見たよ本当にそっくりな間抜け面
Oh my god.
今はお菓子の国でお腹いっぱい
It was the sort of thing that witch would write. It meant she'd predicted that one of the children would lost their parents would come running in here. If she's hiding somewhere in this room, she must be rolling around laughing now. The witch was that kind of person. She sneered at people's misfortune, using it to stave off the boredom of 1,000 years. All those poor Kanon siblings. Yep. That's a lot of IKEA money being broken. Well, I guess Goda is dead from Jessica's violence. Beatrice with the galaxy brain planning. Indeed, she is a smart woman. Goda snatched away the light stand Jessica had been holding. After all, if she kept swinging it around, she might end up smashing it against something, which could cause serious injury. To Goda's eyes, Jessica probably looked mad with rage, burning herself up with the flames of anger. But Kanon's eyes saw it differently. Those were probably tears of sadness, hidden by rage. So, when the light stand was taken from Jessica, when she started crying on the floor, scratching at the carpet almost as though she was groveling, Goda was surprised, but Kanon was not. Of course, she had lost her means of crying by lashing out in rage. Man, that shit hurts. Considering that she was a daughter of the Shiromiya head family, she was in a very shabby state. She scratched at the carpet with her fingernails, and even her feet were scratching. Jessica cried very, very hard. Because if she didn't, her rage would start building up again and swallow her up. But over and over again, she remembered that humiliating message. I can only imagine what the parents who raised you to be such a moron must have looked like. Man, poor girl. I'm sad for her. Alright, I saw them, and they looked just as moronic as you. Now their berries are full in the lands of sweets. Oh, and getting an asthma attack on top. Man, she's actually dying here. As Jessica cried and screamed, she triggered an asthma attack. The servants watching over her hurriedly ran up to her and rubbed her back, but only provoked Jessica's wrath. Oh shit! Man, she's dying. She's dying. Well, rest in heck, Jessica. Jessica got up unsteadily, and as her asthma continued, she went out into the hallway. Kanon has it, doesn't it? Kanon had noticed. Goda was vastly separated from her in age, probably couldn't sense the tears in Jessica's heart. Kanon had noticed had to be the one to support her. Yes.
今のお嬢様には涙を流す時間も必要なのだ。ご両親のあんな死に方を目の当たりにしては。
そうですね。
Goda also understood, and he knew that Jessica and Kanon had shared a vague relationship with each other. So understood everything and left it to Kanon. Oh, he doesn't judge.
私はローザ様のところへ戻ります。お嬢様をくれぐれもよろしくお願いしますよ。
Oh, this is nice.
はい、お任せを。
Kanon's voice was frail, but he nodded firmly. After looking at his eyes, Goda nodded firmly as well. Oh, is this respect? Goda was a veteran with many years behind him. He'd seen a great number of people in his life. So he knew the vigorous sparkle that could be found in the eyes of those who possessed self-control. He had surely seen that in Kanon's eyes, so he would leave this to Kanon. When you think about it, maybe this was the first time Goda had ever trusted Kanon and relied on him for a job. Jessica, still suffering from her asthma, seemed to be heading towards a room, though she kept leaning against the wall. Kanon followed her wordlessly. If she had asked for a hand, he would have leapt forward and supported her. But until Jessica did ask for that, he chose to hide himself, watching over her from a distance where he could come to her rescue at any time. When people feel their hearts are about to explode from sadness and want to have someone by their sides, you can bet 10 billion of them would want to turn around and find someone in the place Kanon now stood, as he watched over Jessica from behind. Then finally she doubled over in front of the door to her room. The asthma attack had stolen all her strength, and her thoughts had gotten hazy from the lack of oxygen, making it impossible to even stand up again. But right then, Jessica didn't think she wanted someone to lend a hand. She still hadn't been able to overcome the flames of anger. Even if someone had offered her a hand with good intention, Jessica would have wanted to tear it right off then. She knew how unfair that would be, so she definitely wouldn't ask for help until she overcame the fiery anger burning inside. Jessica had probably lost the willpower even to call for help. Aww, but Kanon heard it. He definitely heard it. Kanon definitely heard that voiceless call for help, one shared by miserable grievers the world round. An endless scream that no one ever seemed to hear. Yes, please help her. Kanon quietly knelt by Jessica's side and wordlessly offered her a shoulder. Though Jessica kept coughing painfully, she accepted it. Unlocked the door to her room and entered.
こちらへ。今、お薬をご用意します。
Is she dying? Help her! Jessica often said that when her asthma got serious enough, it hurt so bad it felt like she'd vomit up her whole stomach. Her face was pale and her gaze wavered, and yet the coughing continued. Man, that sucks. Even so, her sadness was probably even stronger. After having her sit on the bed, Kanon took a bronchodilator from a cute little basket on a nearby side table and handed it to her. Jessica sometimes forgot to take her medicine with her. Whenever this seemed to have happened, Kanon would take notice and secretly carry around the inhaler from the first aid kit in the servant room, but he hadn't done so today. He scolded himself, as though wondering how could he call himself furniture after failing to bring it with him on a day like this. When he remembered the day he'd used that word and somehow betrayed Jessica's feelings, it jarred Kanon's heart, but he felt it would be indiscreet to think about something like that, considering how Jessica felt now. And he locked it up inside the depths of his heart. Goda can be a good boy when he wants to be, I guess. When she inhaled her medicine, Jessica's wild breathing calmed down bit by bit, and she was finally able to regain her composure. But she lost too much strength and willpower to get up from the bed. No, she's not okay.
大丈夫ですか、お嬢様。
私は大丈夫だぜ。父さんと母さんはダメだけど、私はもうちょっとなきゃ大丈夫だぜ。
Will you? Will you be alright? Kanon regretted his poor choice of words. Did he really say "Are you alright" to her? Was he really that clueless of the pain in her heart? This was what made him furniture. This was why he couldn't become human.
廊下におります。ご用がありましたら、すぐにお呼びください。
Provide her support, damn it! Kanon understood that she still needed some time to cry alone. Okay, understandable. He told her to call him at any time, bowed, and tried to leave the room.
何か
Yes, stay with her! Jessica had spoken up as though she wanted him to stop, so Kanon had stopped. If she asked it, I'll do anything I can to help her. Right now, I'd become even a cane or a chair if it would help her ease the pain in her heart. If by doing that, I could make up for the pain I dealt to her heart on that day. Ask her! Ask him! Ask him! For a while, Jessica stared into Kanon's eyes. It was as though her reason for stopping him was something else she couldn't put into words. For a while, neither spoke. Jessica broke that silence with a small voice.
ごめん、なんでもないぜ。しばらく一人になりたいって。ロザおばさんに。
一人にはしません。
Ooh, yes! Stay with her!
あなたを僕は一人にしない。だから廊下にいます。
No.
いつでも呼んでください。
For just an instant, it looked like some kind of hope had flitted into Jessica's eyes, but it was very faint and disappeared like the first snow on the surface of a river.
ありがとな。しばらくだけ。一人で泣かせてくれ。
What the hell? They're so good! Dear Ryukishi, how could you do this to me? I'm dying. Kanon bowed once again and closed the door. He thought those words of his would give her some courage, but now it felt as though they actually hurt her for some reason. Why? He didn't know. Surely that was because he was furniture. Kanon, shut up! Shut up! You two are good to each other. That was why he couldn't grasp human sadness even now. You're just dense, that's all. As Kanon repeatedly questioned himself, he walked down the corridor. You said you wouldn't leave her alone. You little shit, get back there! He felt like the window at the corridor's end was coolly calling to him.
僕はやっぱり家具でしかないのか。
No! It was still pouring outside, a dark gray world. Even on days like this, Shannon would surely see the ocean and know that it was blue. But to my eyes, even if it cleared up, I won't only see gray. Until I can understand the blue of the ocean, I'll be nothing but furniture imitating a person.
本当に女心のわからぬやつよ。
No, he's a dummy.
ああいう時は黙ってそばにいるのが正解だ。だからゆえに貴様は家具なのよ。
貴様
Welp, there shouldn't be any trace of human life in this corridor. It had been an empty corridor filled with frigid air. But those scoffing words approached Kanon from behind. When he turned around, he saw that witch. That witch who hadn't shown herself when Jessica had searched for her with a rage bordering on madness and had left that sneering letter to toy with Jessica.
女の傷つけ方は3つある。特別にわらわが教えてやろう。
Number 1, you walk up and grab Raw like in a fighting game.
一つは刃物で傷つける。一つは心で傷つける。
I mean, I guess.
そして最後が一番難しく、一番効果的に傷つけられる。なのに意識せずして傷つけられる。わかるか？
Which is?
わかるわけもないし、知りたくもない。
Stop being dense,
期待
Kanon.
を裏切る。だ。女ほど夢見がちな生き物はいない。勝手に夢を見、勝手に傷つく。お前のような距離の男が一番女を傷つける。
Man, Beatrice, don't call me out like that with being a dreamer.
わからないな。どれほどジェシカを傷つけてきたか、全く考えが及んでいまい。家具だから。
お前のたわごとに付き合う気は毛頭ない。
Except you probably are.
僕を嘲笑うためだけに姿を現したというのか。
うぬぼれるな家具。貴様ごとき嘲笑うにも足りぬわ。
She's just here to bully you.
しかしそなたも一人ではそれに値しなくても二人揃えば十分に足りる。
Yeah, well. Okay, give me a second. I need to go to the bathroom. I'm back.
若々しき男女の悲運を笑う喜びは何度繰り返しても飽きぬのでな。
Well, shit. Are Kanon and Jessica gonna become the couple victim?
まさか貴様
Oops!
お嬢様を
Well, shit.
第二の番の生贄に寄り添う二人が必要なのでな。
Well, Kanon. Shit.
お前たち二人は実に都合が良い。
待て、勘違いするな。僕はお嬢様とそういう関係じゃない。第二の番の生贄にはならない。
Well, you don't have to be a couple. You simply have to
だからお前は
love.
ジェシカを傷つける。だからお前は人間になれぬ。ならばよいだろう。貴様がジェシカを思い人と認めぬならば、それを受け入れてもよい。だがジェシカは殺す。
なぜ？
このバカが決まっておろうが。殺したらそなたが歪めるだろう。その表情が楽しいからの他に何の理由が必要なのか。
Look at that perfect smile. Those teeth, those fangs, that expression. Sir. Ma'am. Woo!
儀式に従い、わらわは
I love her.
に13人を生贄とする。だが、それ以上殺してはならないとの決まりはない。
Oh shit, she's right.
わらわが楽しければ幾人でも殺す。だから殺す。
Oops.
わらわを思いっきり笑わせてみせろよ。カグ、カノン。
At that time, Kanon definitely heard Jessica scream. When he blinked and looked down the corridor, the witch who'd supposedly been there so nonchalantly just a second ago was gone. At that moment, he was just standing there all alone in the corridor, doing nothing. This music is bad! And the person he wanted to protect was asking for help from far away in that direction. It was obvious what he needed to do. It wasn't logical. It was an electric reflex. Without a trace of hesitation or distraction, there was a person he wanted to protect, and she was asking for help. In that moment, he genuinely wanted the person by her side to be him. Shit, fuck! When he flew into Jessica's room, the scene that greeted his eyes was a bizarre one. The room had become a fantastical world where a blizzard of gold-colored specks danced, almost as though golden leaf had been scattered inside a snow globe. No, that's not it. I've seen this spectacle before. This isn't a gold leaf. It's countless golden butterflies, Beatrice's minions! Uh-oh! Jessica was surrounded by countless butterflies, waving her hands around, trying frantically to drive them away.
お嬢様。
カノン君。助けて。
Well, Kanon, help her! She's dying! Kanon rushed towards Jessica and violently brushed the cloud of butterflies away. The butterflies, which were sickening despite their beauty, surrounded Jessica's face, trying to crawl in through her mouth and nose. Jessica choked violently. Oh no! Almost as though the butterflies were triggering an asthma attack, mocking her. But when Kanon ran towards her, the butterflies stopped attacking and began to dance an elegant rondo around the pair. Are they gonna die? Please no! Not yet!
僕の目の黒いうちはあなたに誰の指一本触れさせたりするものか。出てこい、ベアトリーチェ。これで満足か。
It was a good run, Kanon. Rest in pieces. Ah! Crap! As he stood guarded in front of Jessica, who was using her inhaler and seemed to be in pain, Kanon yelled into the empty air. And when he did, the empty air did indeed laugh back, satisfied. And there he goes. I think they're both gonna die though. And when he did, the empty air didn't leave her. Then she showed herself. It wasn't in response to Kanon's demand. It was obviously because appearing and sneering would bring them even more humiliation. And plus, it was more fun. Shit, are they gonna die?
これで全ては筋書き通りよ。今やそなたは相乗の恋よな。
Uh-oh.
いや、二人が揃ったのだから、鴨とネギと呼ぶべきか。
Well, yeah, they're gonna die. They're super gonna die. Oh shit, oh fuck. The princess and the knight.
どれ？金蔵の家具がどの程度の力を持つか見せてもらおうではないか。
She snapped her fingers with a piercing sound. Oh shit. And when she did, a blizzard of gold butterflies was stirred up, and they began to form a small mountain as they whirled around in a circle. I'm gonna do what's called a pro gamer move. Indeed! It was just like swirling off a cold wintry wind that builds up a mountain of leaves. Oh! And from that mound of gold, a hand sprouted, and it appeared as though a resident of the world below was crawling up from beneath the ground. What the fuck?! That's a beard, I see. Jessica couldn't comprehend what she was seeing right now, and her mouth kept flapping open and closed. It was the bite of wisdom seen in those trying to understand something incomprehensible. What the fuck? What the fuck? What? What? We're gonna fight the goat? Oh shit! That thing crawling up was probably an attendant who served the witch. It appeared to be wearing an uniform suitable for one who served. But its face was wrong. It looks... It's a goat! It was covered with pitch black hair, breathed wrath and breath, and its eyes were filled with the same strange subterranean glow as lava. And to symbolize its non-human status, it had two horns. It was the figure of a goat-faced attendant who served the witch. Shit! By now, Jessica had no idea what she should say. Oh! And... bot is gone. Okay, sorry. By now, Jessica had no idea what she should say. All this happening in front of her couldn't be explained with common sense, and she couldn't do anything except open and close her mouth. Jessica hadn't realized. She hadn't realized that this island had already been cut off from the rules of our world. Goat! But there were some things even she could understand. But this goat attended to serve the witch and was after her life. And apparently the witch had already given it to the order. She was looking at Kanon with an expectant gaze. She looked at him with an expectant and therefore challenging gaze, as though asking him how he intended to protect this maiden. Please protect her! Survive! Though the attendant had looked especially bestial while crawling to his feet. You could see in the way it carried itself that it possessed more than enough grace to be worthy of serving the Golden Witch. And he could tell that it was overwhelming with joy of furniture, wanting to meet its master's expectations. Oh my god! Shit!
家具であることを忘れるな。この後に及んで人間のふりを続けるのなら、死ぬのはお前だけでは済まぬぞ。
Well, shit. The goat. Attendant made what seemed to be a silent, respectful bow. Was it directed at its master, or was it offered to Kanon, its opponent? Then on the attendant's hand, a blade of wicked malice appeared. What the fuck? What is this? Jetka had been unable to understand what was happening before her eyes for a while now. Me neither! All she understood was that this glow in front of her existed for the purpose of ending her life. And right now that was enough. Kanon spoke quietly to Jessica, who was hiding behind his back. I thought it was supposed to be a mystery story. Yeah, so did I! I think it still is, but this is a new mystery to me!
背中は決して壁から離さないように。
姫君はおとなしく騎士殿の背中に隠れているがいい。自らの命を男に守らせる醍醐味でも存分に味わえばよい。
I don't think she wants this though.
さあ、カノン、お前の刃を見せてみよ。
Sabaki no Yaiba! He's like, I don't have a blade. I have my fists, and that's enough. Oh, he has one too! Oh shit, guys! It's the what's the sword of the Sasuke that he has?
美しい。金蔵は家具を生み出すことに関してだけはわらわの足元に及ぶ。
The Chidori, yeah.
こんなものバラの手入れにも使えない。
カノン君。
Use the fists.
それは
見せたくなかった。
So he, oh.
よくぞ抜いたぞ。思いを寄せる女の前で己が人間以下の存在であることを晒した気分はどんなもん。
黙れ。
憤怒で
So he doesn't like it.
冷静を装うか。
Yeah, Kanon Uno reverse card!
真に熱き炎は青く静かだという。今のそなたがそうだというのか。
僕の力でお前を殺すことなどできるわけもない。
But he's gonna protect Jessica.
石つぶてを投げたとて月を砕くことなどできたが、お前は権限するために水面にその姿を映す。水面に石つぶてを投じれば一時月を乱すこともできるかもしれない。
Ah, I see.
月を砕くことなど至らない。
Just disturbed.
だから僕はこの命尽きるまでお前の映る水面を叩き続けてやる。
Yes, like hitting the water like brrr. Splashy splashy.
カノン、始めろ。家具ども。
Holy shit. Oh no. No. This is not gonna end well. Oh shit! They are fighting! Sword fight, sword fight, sword fight!
ほう、美しい奇跡だ。
The witch's words of admiration broke the silence, and just for an instant they broke Jessica's paralysis. And she floating up to the candles.
私は夢を見てるの。
You wish?
来い、魔女の家具め。元来た地獄へ叩き落としてやる。
Oh god! Get away from me! Big blade and smaller blade. Oh shit! They are fighting! They are fighting! This is kind of sick. I like it. A strand of red had been left on Kanon's cheek. Shit! The witch saw this and grinned broadly.
勘が戻らぬことを言い訳につぶやいてもよいぞ。
カノン君、しっかり。
This is a bit of a strange expression on Jessica, like the way it's drawn. I mean, not the way that she looks. Suddenly Umineko becomes a shonen anime. I would say it became a magical girl anime. This is more magical girl stuff. Yo, shit! Oh no, Kanon is dead. Shit! Not like this! GG's, he's dead. Man, this was BG's. The curse drawn by the gods, Tenon Play, drew a large arc in empty space. Kanon wasn't there. He was behind it. And dead. Oh! Teleports behind you, nothing personal, kid. Shine! Die! Morra diabo! If this battle of a drawing sparkling curves was chess, then Kanon coming from behind was a check. And press and press and press and press. Use 7 moves and make it mate. Perhaps the goat Athena hadn't been granted the ability to go into death throes. As its knees buckled and it fell over, it broke into a bunch of gold butterflies with a pop. Like, boop. Thank fuck, he didn't die yet. But there was no sound of it hitting the ground. Even those unable to understand this battle would surely realize that Kanon had been magnificent. GG's!
ハンドメイドには勝てぬか。そこまで見下げたものではないらしい。次はお前だ。ベアトリーチェー!
No, don't die! Now he's gonna die. Or not. The instant Kanon blade sliced diagonally through the witch's form like a knife through butter, she turned gold and burst. She scattered into several thousand gold butterflies, and just for an instant the room was filled with the color of twilight. It was just as Kanon himself had said. Slicing Beatrice was just the same as slicing the surface of the water where the moon was reflected. The witch's form, with an ordinary expression on its face, as though she'd been there the whole time, was right behind Kanon.
十分に面白い見せ物であったぞ。それに免じ見逃してやろうかと思ったが、今の無礼で気が変わった。
How generous?
嘘をつくな。お前にお嬢様を殺させはしない。たとえそれが無理でも、僕より先に殺させはしない。
お前にはそれすらできぬわ。
Is she already dead?
喋るな家具が。無口であれ家具が。身の程を知れ家具が。
カノン君は家具なんかじゃない。
Yes, protect him.
ほう、なぜそう言えるのか。
理由なんかいらない。カノン君はカノン君だよ。うん、本当の名前は別にあるけれど、それでも名前は家具じゃない。カノン君にはカノン君の生き方がある。それはとても高潔なもので、自らが決めるもの。家具だから意見しちゃいけないとか、家具だから自分の人生を持っちゃいけないとか、そんなのないよ。
Oh my god, yes. Lay it down, Jessica.
あいつを挑発してはいけません。
She doesn't care, she wants to beat her face in.
はっきり言っておくぜ。カノン君は家具じゃない。人間だよ。どうして？カノン君は自分の意志で私を助けに駆けつけてくれた。そして恐ろしい魔女であるあんたの前に立ちはだかってくれた。私を見捨てることなんていくらでもできただろうに、そうしなかった。自己犠牲は人間だけが持つ高潔な精神だ。だからカノン君は人間なんだ。
Oh?
だから訂正しろ。カノン君を家具だなんて呼ぶな。二度と。
お嬢様。
Let's go! And now they're gonna die. Beatrice is gonna be like, okay, I'll grant that honor. Humans, and then it's like, snap, dead.
語るな人間が。 とっとと終わらせよう。何しろまだまだ第2の番。
Oh no!
互いの尊厳を認め合う寄り添いし二人を今こそ生贄に捧げよ。さあさあおいでなさい。罪を許しなさい。煉獄の七杭が一つ。
Oh no! No, they're gonna die! The witch summoned her furniture with a mixture of laughter and anger on their face. What? 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 I thought she was gonna summon a blade, not a girl.
茶番は飽きた。第二の番を速やかに遂行せよ。わらわに瞬きを3つも許すな。
仰せのままに。
What?
また妙なのが出やがったぜ。
I'm deeply confused right now. It took Kanon less than an instant to understand. That goat face from a second ago had been nothing more than a pawn to the witch. However, this newly summoned furniture was a game piece with a vastly different value. She has a good voice. I will say that.
来い、魔女の家具。お前には殺されない。
Except you will.
私の姿を追うこともできないノロマのくせに生きがって。
What's happening?
行くわよ。ねえねえ、どこがいい？どこを貫いてほしい？お答えなさいよ、かわいい子。あなたの好きなところを思い切り貫いてあげる。
That sounds very wrong.
さあさあ、お答えなさいよ、かわいい子。
僕を可愛いと言うな。
Only Jessica gets that honor.
行くわよ、ノルマ。さあ追ってごらん、その節穴で。
Damn, everybody's having fun. And he's dead. Shit. Kanon is dead! And Jessica too. Or? Fuck, no! No! It's Jessica who's died. Fuck.
読みは当てたぜ。さまあ見やがれ。
No! Kanon's pack had been the target, but Jessica had predicted it. She predicted that the witch's target would be the complete opposite of fair and honest, his back. But she had no way to block it. She hadn't planned on it being some act of self-sacrifice. Just couldn't think of any other way to protect Kanon's back. So she could do nothing but block it with her own back. The furniture of the witch, which had changed its form into demon stake, was buried deep into Jessica's back. It was an obviously fatal wound that reached as far as her lungs. When she saw this, the witch let out a loud, evil laugh, because it had hit where the witch had predicted. Well, shit, everything was as the witch had predicted. Beatrice as the galaxy brain.
ジェシカお嬢様はお前より先には殺されなかったんじゃないのか？そうそう、それそれ、その顔よ。お前のその顔が見たかった。
Oh no!
楽しんだ、実に十分。
Kanon confessed before she dies.
おいおい、死ね死ね、笑わせろ。さあさあおいでなさい。罪を許しなさい。煉獄の七杭が一つ。フンド。
Wrath.
フンドのサタン。
Ooh.
ここに。
Satan.
その獲物はお前のものだ。今すぐ食らって。こやつの舞台に幕を下ろしてやる。人ならば交番とも言おうが。家具のお前の場合は。
I told Ryukishi I shipped them and now he's like, die.
僕はもう家具じゃない。そしてそれを二度と疑わない。
Oh man.
なーに？あんたまた私に殺されちゃうの？
Again?
あんたの胸暖かくて本当に貫くと気持ちがいいのよ。
Also, they remember who killed. Okay.
また味合わせて。あなたの温かい胸の中で熱い熱い血潮で私を
And dead. And super dead. Oh, the couple is dead. There was no way to block it. The sound of a woodpecker filled the entire room. And before he could blink, it was right in the center of his chest. When you take a piece in the chest, the rules say it's impossible for your opponent to defend itself. So this is an obvious result, in accordance with the rules. Kanon landed on his knees, and he apologized, not to the witch, and not to Milady. He apologized to Jessica. Confess! Before you die! I mean, okay, that's a... Hold hands! Kanon finally fell over. He landed next to Jessica, and the two lay there like the constellation Gemini. Gemini.
それに気づくのが遅すぎた。君の本当の
Yes, I want the name. I want the name.
僕の本当の名前は
Say it, say it, say it, say it. That's not your name. In his last moments, Kanon wanted to tell her his real name, but Jessica had already fallen into a sleep from which she would never wake. So Kanon's real name, which she had protected until today, in the end, he couldn't tell it to Jessica. I'm depressed. No! Those were the last words Kanon left behind. Oh shit. Damn, that's a cackle.
100年を経ようと家具は家具よ。捨てるときに家具のために墓穴を掘るバカがどこにいる？家具は叩き割って薪にして、後には灰しか残らぬわ。
Let them be together.
そういうことよ。家具に刻める墓碑などない。貴様は死ねばこれ以上の屈辱を受けることがないと信じてるようだが、死者を恥ずかしめるというのがどういうものか。
Oh, come on. That's enough bullying for today, Beatrice. After taking a puff from her pipe, the witch breathed the smoke at Kanon's corpse. Oh, did she bring him back? When she did, Kanon's corpse softly floated up into the air and disappeared as though it had been eaten by a mouth in an empty space. The witch played dirty until the very end. The corpses of the pair who managed to understand each other in the end were not even permitted to be close. If someone had been watching, they would probably say mournfully, "So this is what you meant by disgracing the dead." However, Beatrice was far crueler than that. The reason for that would soon become apparent. What the hell? No! Okay, I'll find out next time. Oh, that's probably a few minutes before. Okay, I'm gonna stop here for today. System. Oh! Right, this was a thing. Okay, that's the portrait of the epitaph, the witch's letter 1. And the witch's letter 2. Right. Okay. Then I didn't miss anything. I'm gonna save. There we go. Alright. So that will be it for today. I think I stopped at a good spot, and we have like 4 hours of streaming today, so I think that will be enough reading for today. Alright. I hope everybody enjoyed this episode. I was very happy to see the chat was working this time. And alright, next week I'm not sure if I'm continuing Umineko. I did Umineko the entire month, so I might do something else next stream. Maybe an art stream or something. I also had some stuff planned for next month. I want to help at a fundraiser for someone like publishing their book, so I might do commissions and the like. But we'll work out the details in the next days, and then we'll see. Because of these commissions, there's possibly that I'll even do more than 1 stream a week, maybe 2, like on Tuesday and on Thursday, but that's something that I'll have to see how exactly I'll plan. In any case, I will write about it. I'll write it on Twitter, and I will also make the announcement in time for the commissions and the like. Next week, yeah. There are 2 options what I'll do next week. Either I will do an art stream, or I will try that Higurashi Dojin basketball game. Or maybe I'll do both things. Let's see. In any case, thank you everybody who came for the stream. Before I end, I'm gonna see if there's anybody else who's online so that we can raid. Let's see. Anybody online? No, everybody's offline. Alright, then I guess I'll just go offline for today without raiding anybody. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you next week. I will make a schedule post of sorts when I'll stream, so that in case I do a stream on Tuesday or so, you will know. And I'll have like a set schedule, more or less. Good night, everyone. Bye.